Right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the July Planning Committee. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Sue Craig, I'm the Chair. Please can I remind everybody to switch their phones and iPads to silent during the meeting. The meeting is being filmed and the recording will be available on the Council's website. The images and sound recording may be used for training purposes within the Council. Anybody speaking who does not wish to be filmed should make themselves known to the camera operator. As you will be aware, the application for Dick Lovett's site has been withdrawn from the agenda and will be considered at a future meeting. The full concrete application, Units 1 to 4 Old Station Yard, Keynsham, will now be taken first on the agenda. Now could I ask our Democratic Services Officer to read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building and proceed to the assembly point. From this room, you follow the green running person signs to the exit, using either the main staircase or the stone staircase at the other end of the room. Please do not use the lifts. For anyone watching in the council chamber, from this room, you should follow the green running person signs to the exit, using either the marble staircase at the end of the building nearest to Bath Abbey or the main staircase. There are general public health principles that everyone should follow to help mitigate the risk of the spread of coronavirus, and these should be followed throughout your stay in the building. Maintain social distancing, clean hands regularly, avoid touching your face, and wear a face covering where necessary.
Thank you, Marie. Could I now also ask you to give apologies for absence and substitutions, please?
I have no apologies, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest today? Councillor Crossley. It's not on.
That right?
No.
That's on now, yeah. The application for Orchard Rise is my house, and so I shall absent myself from the room for that. I would just like it noted that I am a member of the Liberal Democrats, but not in any paid office, so I will be here for the James Street West applications.
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Councillor McPhee.
I'm on the executive committee of the Liberal Democrats, so I will absent myself from that item.
Thank you, Councillor McPhee. No others? No, thank you. Urgent business agreed by the Chair. I would like to make a short statement. I've been made aware of several occasions over the last few months where officers and members have been targeted and frankly bullied on social media and also on one occasion I know face-to-face by the public. I'd just like to say we are only doing our job and that this behaviour is completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated. If you have a complaint or grievance, there is a procedure to follow that you can find on the council website or ring the number of the council. Thank you. Now can I turn to Democratic Services Officer to tell us about the public speaking procedure.
Members of the public and parish councillors have registered to speak about individual planning applications under items on the agenda. Ward councillors not on the committee have also indicated that they wish to speak about applications. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first and will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one parish or town council representative, they will be required to share this time. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. Speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table in front of me. At the start, the light will be green and will turn to amber when there is 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers should immediately conclude their remarks. The Chair has agreed a longer speaking time for the Mineral Hospital application this afternoon, and that will be 12 minutes to each side.
Thank you, Marie. The minutes have been forwarded for the last meeting. Do I have a proposer? Councillor Jackson? Thank you. Councillor Davis? I think you have to turn them on and off a couple of times to warm them up. Thank you. Okay, so let's turn to the business of the day. And the first case we're looking at this morning is Units 1 to 4, Old Station Yard, Avon Mill Lane, Keynsham. And can I invite the case officer, Chris Griggs Trevathan, to present his report, please?
There we go. Thank you, Chair. So just before I launch into the presentation, there's just one quick verbal update. An email correspondence was received from an agent on behalf of objectors to the scheme, raising a number of matters. Officers have reviewed those and conclude there's no new relevant matters raised that aren't covered in the committee report. But for clarity, it just wanted to make it clear that officers' recommendation has considered both of the submitted acoustic reports and the updates to those, and also where there's reference to an operator statement or a site management plan, those are one and the same thing, and that's very clearly articulated in the conditions on the suggested conditions in the recommendation. So the application that we've got before us today is for the erection of 3 acoustic barriers and permission to allow the filling of concrete mixing vehicles between 6:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturday, 7:30 a.m. till 5:30 p.m. on bank holidays, and permission to allow other specified operations at the site between 7:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturday, and 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. on bank holidays, and permission to store materials in external yard. And it's a resubmission of a previously approved planning application that was considered by this committee. So just to start off with some context, the application site covers this area here, and we'll see that in more detail with the red line plan in a minute. But the hatched green area here is the conservation area boundary. So you can see the site is just outside, but adjacent to the conservation area. You can also see that it sits to the south, just immediately to the south of the railway line, and to the north of the A4 bypass through Keynsham here. So this is the red line of the application site. 4 concrete cement mixing business operate within this site, and their main yard is this area to the north here, and we'll see that in a bit more detail in a minute. And they've got a staff parking area on the other side of the site here. Things to note in this plan, we've got Avon Mill Lane running north-south under the railway embankment up here. Access to Van Dyke Avenue down here, which is a residential cul-de-sac, and Avon Close here, which is another cul-de-sac which runs adjacent to the site. You've got residential properties along Van Dyke Avenue here, including a nursing home at Sunnymead Care Home here, and then residential properties along Avon Close here as well. And there's a collection of businesses within the sort of, I don't want to describe it as an industrial estate, but there's a collection of industrial buildings in this area here, KC Motors, Pump Right, Ford Plant, and there's some car sales business there as well, alongside Ford Concrete. So just moving, this is a close-up of one of the submitted plans to show the location of the proposed acoustic fences. So there's 3 sections of acoustic fence. The first and second are along the north side of the private lane that serves the development, and that is a 5-metre acoustic fence either side of the site access. So the access into the main yard is here. And then and that fence has already been erected, and so this application is actually partially retrospective. The third part of the fence is the 5.5 metre acoustic fence on the southern side of the access lane, which will go across the access for the staff car parking area to the south here. And so that will be attached to the gate, which will be opened only at the beginning and the end of the day. And that's a 5.5 metre high acoustic fence. So just to zoom out and show some of the areas where activities take place around here. So this is the full concrete main yard. This is where the majority of the activities, including the noisy activities on the site, take place. This is their main sort of industrial building. You've got sort of an office building here and various places for storing materials. And this area here, as I've said, this is purely for staff car parking. So the proposed acoustic fence, this is just an elevation of an acoustic fence, just for I think we all know what a fence looks like, and there's some photos in a minute, but just for clarity really, this is showing the 5.5 metre high fence, and this is the 5 metre high fence here. And just to get an idea of some of the distances on these plans, it can be a bit difficult to read the scale without scale bar, but just taking the centre point of the yard where all the noisy activities take place, drawing a 50 metre radius, red there, and then a 75 metre radius there, just to see how far away or how close those are to residential properties and other buildings in the area. Moving on to some photos. This is an old photo, so this is prior to the erection of the fence that I said was partially retrospective. This is from Avon Mill Lane, looking towards the access to Van Dyke Avenue, which moves off to the right of the screen here, and then the private lane which serves the businesses going down this way here. And you can see one of the sort of silos that is within the four concrete yard there. Moving on, this is again an old photo showing what was previously around the entrance to four concrete there, with the access into the main yard here, with their office building there. And then we'll move on to a more recent photo showing the 5 metre fence either side of the access here. And then this is just looking to the other side of the road, so this is the south side of the road. So this is where the 5.5 metre fence would go across the access to the staff car park. So that's obviously not been done yet, but that just shows you the context. And then this is looking from the private lane back towards Avon Mill Lane down here, where you can see the parked cars. With the staff access is just in here, I believe. So the officer recommendation is to permit the application subject to conditions. I'm happy to take any questions after the speakers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. So we can have our speakers now. Obviously, we have one in place, and that's Mike May, is it? If you'd like to turn your microphone on.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Your recent site visit was stage managed. You got to witness one cement lorry being filled and leaving the site. The morning actually started at 7:10. There were 10 mixer lorries filled, 2 HGV aggregate deliveries and an articulated cement tanker delivery, all three having to use Van Dyke Avenue, as we've just seen, in order to manoeuvre and reverse into the site. We were also treated to an industrial road sweeper measured at 88 decibels to clean up the site in Avon Mill Lane. All of this before you arrive at 10:25. Within 10 minutes of you leaving, the wastewater flow out of four concrete resumed. There was another HGV aggregate delivery, again using Van Dyke Avenue, and 3 more mixer truck fills. This was all before midday. A typical morning for us, but a rather different story for you. We are extremely disappointed that planning officers have completely ignored our own professional noise assessment, which we undertook at our own expense because we couldn't believe the results produced by Matrix. This leaves a number of unanswered questions which cast a high level of doubt about the accuracy of the officers' review and their subsequent recommendations. As a prime example, we are amazed that a level of 10 decibels above ambient has been set as the acceptable limit for noise mitigation. Why? This exceeds all acceptable criteria. This is a unique site. Our research shows there are no other cement batching companies which share a boundary with such a large residential area in the whole of the UK. If this were treated as a new site, which we argue should have been the case 18 months ago, the limit would be set to 0 decibels or very close to it. The officer's justification is stated as being it's in keeping with the use of the site and it has to be achievable. Those statements completely ignore the adjacent residential area and its residents. If what should be deemed as a fair and more sensible target is thought not to be achievable, then surely that proves the fact that this site is just not appropriate. For the past 40 years, previous officers have insisted that the working hours of the site be restricted to protect residential amenity. These restricted hours should be continued to be maintained, and we ask that any request for additional operating hours be completely rejected. The final point I'd like to make is perhaps the most serious. We should all be very, very concerned that this ongoing situation, which has now been dragging on for over 18 months, has had a considerable effect on all of the residents' health and well-being. It has had a devastating effect on a number of residents. If you can imagine being stuck at home with a serious illness and not being able to open a window for fresh air, then you will have some idea of what the site development has meant to residents. Quality of life in your own home shouldn't be something that we all have to wish for. All we're asking is that committee members take our concerns into consideration before your final discussions or decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Daniel Millard? Yeah, Jack, could you turn the other microphone off, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies
When you're ready.
Apologies if I'm a bit out of breath. I've just had to run here from the Avon Street car park. So. Good morning, members. My name is Daniel Millward of Pegasus Group, and I'm speaking in support of the application today. As members are no doubt aware, this is a resubmission of a previous planning application which was granted back in November of 2020. The reasons for resubmission are set out in the officer's report, but this is essentially because the cost of implementing the previous permission was prohibitively expensive. This was partly because of the restrictive conditions, which meant that 4 Concrete could not secure the necessary finance to install the fence. This was exacerbated by the increased cost of materials and the need to underground an existing power line to install the fence. However, 4 Concrete are acutely aware of the impact their operations are having on neighbours and are keen to ensure they can mitigate these as soon as possible. This revised proposal has, therefore, been submitted to ensure that mitigation can be installed at the site to effectively reduce the impacts on residents and allow 4 Concrete to operate at the site over slightly extended hours. The cost of implementing the revised proposals is significantly less than the previous proposal, and 4 Concrete would not be reliant on external funding to implement the permission if required, or if granted, sorry. We are therefore fully supportive of the officer's recommendation for approval, and will wish to stress that the supporting noise report has confirmed that this mitigation will achieve the same level of noise reduction as the previous scheme. Members may have reviewed a noise report prepared on behalf of residents. However, this has rightly been dismissed by officers due to the failure to follow best practice and guidance in carrying out such assessments. For example, the report attributes industrial noise from 5:30 AM to 4 Concrete without any evidence. 4 Concrete rarely commence operations at the site before 7:30 AM. Where operations do commence earlier, this is generally only a matter of minutes beforehand. Detailed logs have previously been submitted to the Council, which confirms this. This basic error, alongside a number of other fundamental issues, raises serious questions about the validity of this report, and its conclusions are considered to be nowhere near as robust as those within the noise impact assessment prepared by Matrix Acoustics. This review is shared with the Council's environmental health officers. We would also request that members focus on the issues relevant to the determination of the application. The lawful use of the site, for example, has been established through a thorough investigation by the Council and concluded to be Class B2. The site's lawful use is not relevant to the consideration of this application. As set out within the officer's report, there will be no adverse impacts resulting from the proposed development, while significant benefits would accrue to both residents and 4 Concrete. The applicant is committed to resolving noise issues at the site to ensure the amenity of neighbouring residents is protected, while simultaneously securing the viability of their business over the longer term. The applicant has worked proactively with the council and their officers to address outstanding issues and is in agreement with the officer's recommendation. It is therefore respectfully requested that members resolve to grant permission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. And do we have Councillor Andy Waite, please? And yeah, thanks, Andy. Can you bring the microphone a bit closer to you? Yeah, it's such an echo in here. It's quite hard to hear at this end. When you're ready, go ahead.
I haven't started yet. Okay. Right. Keynsham Town Council have objected to this application. They say the site has become noisy, dangerous and air polluting. There's been an increase in traffic, which is totally unacceptable. 4 Concrete are working outside permitted hours. A further extension of these hours would be detrimental to the neighbouring residents and the town. The Town Council find it unbelievable that Baines Highway Department have not objected to this application when an additional 2 hours of work per day resulting in 2,000 extra HGV lorry journeys per year along an already congested highway through a conservation area. The ecological information does not provide an impact assessment, therefore no compliance with Conservation and Habitat of Species Regulations 2017 or the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981 as amended. As a ward councillor for the residents living close to the old station yard, we all have a duty of care to these people. This is their home, their sanctuary, their place of safety. Yet since December 2019, their lives and their mental and physical health have been damaged and disrupted by totally inappropriate behaviour from 4 Concrete, who don't seem to recognise that they operate metres away from residential dwellings. They have shown a complete lack of consideration for their neighbours. Baines have been unable to provide any proof of an application changing the whole site to B2 has ever been granted. Due to the direct action of the residents, this decision is currently under investigation by the Ombudsman. The residents, some of whom have lived in their properties for over 40 years, were never consulted. I believe that Baines made an error in 2019, and this whole sorry mess stems from that mistake. This may explain why throughout the process, Baines officers have appeared to support 4 Concrete. In the application, they have accepted the findings of a year-old 4 Concrete funded matrix report on noise, based on 2.5 hours of limited data collection, not covering any of the noisier operations like jackhammering. When residents commissioned their own independent, thorough report covering the whole site from ACL, their conclusions contradicted the inferior 4 Concrete matrix report, whilst part of the barrier was already in place. Did officers consider this more up-to-date ACL report? No. They ignored it and carried on agreeing with the older basic matrix report. Where is the fairness in that? Where is the neutrality? Where is the duty of care? In the Baines planning application of the 18th of November 2020, Baines gave strict instructions on the building of acoustic barriers and a 12-month check on their effectiveness before working hours could be increased. Since then, 4 Concrete have built a different, inferior set of barriers and now want retrospective planning permission for the ones they have already built, which are ineffective due to the huge gap from the continuously open gate. They want the committee to accept these and a further barrier yet to be built. They also want to increase their hours now and want the 12-month check on barrier effectiveness removed. Do they take any of this seriously? Since then, they have broken their hours of working, continued to use equipment breaking Bain's own noise barriers, polluted the area with concrete dust, and have dirty water draining out of the site on a regular basis, flowing into the River Chew, in contravention of the Highways Act. This water continues despite Bain serving 4 Concrete notice weeks ago. Unlike 4 Concrete, the local residents have abided by all the rules, have politely followed the systems, helped the officers whenever they could, and tried to work within the rules to get justice and fairness from this authority. Sadly, they have not been supported by Bain's officers, who have been ineffective in reinforcing their own rules, and have often appeared politely indifferent or arrogant towards the residents. Bain's Planning Committee should follow Keynsham Town's Council's lead and reject this application. If it is accepted by this committee, it makes a farce of Bain's duty of care and will be devastating for the residents' well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waite. Now we can turn to questions. I notice that we have some officers from Environmental Health here as well, so welcome to them. Thank you for coming. So, questions? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got 2 questions. The essence of the debate this morning seems to be about noise levels and what is an effective recording of these levels. Actually, some of us were already on site before 10 o'clock, and we heard the full volume of a concrete wagon coming in and going out. And what struck me, apart from the fact that this seemed to me to be quite a dangerous manoeuvre, it was the noise of a reversing vehicle. So my first question is, are we considering what might be considered well, it's not a low level, but might be considered a continuous background noise, or are we considering these judders, these high-pitched whines, which for somebody who's deaf are most unpleasant, of a vehicle reversing, or is it the whole lot? That's the first question. What could you, if the officer could quantify what exactly the amount of, the level of noises that we're supposed to be considering, whether it's continuous or intermittent? And secondly, I'm not suggesting we should use this argument, but I would be interested to know if it's a legitimate argument to say that the greater good of having concrete produced for the, presumably for the building industry, outweighs what would appear to be a considerable, very considerable loss of amenity to the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'll answer part of your question, then I'll pass over to my colleagues in environmental protection to answer the question around whether we're considering continuous noise or peaks and troughs, and they'll be best placed to answer that. Just to sort of really to clarify the existing situation on the site is they have permission to operate on that site within their current approved hours. The current application before you would allow us to implement controls to ensure that the acoustic fence is completed. I know there were some comments before about that being ineffective. Well, it's not finished. There's another 5.5 metre high fence to go up on the other side. And there's also an operator statement which would control activities on the site, not just during the additional hours that they're requesting, but would place some controls over the operations of the site, you know, the noisy activities like the jackhammering and the other things that you've referenced, which currently don't exist. So that's just something to put into your consideration. On your second point around weighing of matters, the benefits that the business may have to the local economy through its processes, that is a material consideration you can factor in. And yes, you could weigh that against, you could say that outweighed any loss of amenity, or you could say it didn't. It's officers' view that there isn't a significant loss of amenity, and so we haven't needed to conduct that balancing exercise, but that would be an option open to you. I'll pass over to Environmental Protection to answer your query about the noise levels.
Sorry, your microphones are not on. I think you have to try it a few times. That's it. And can you make sure it's near your mouse, please?
Good morning. The proposed barriers will address all noise coming from the site. I think it's an important distinction to make that this application isn't about regulating the noise activities that currently happen in the daytime, but it's about mitigating them. So if this final section of the barrier is proposed, that will mitigate all noise, whether it be HGVs arriving in the site, cement mixers filling, it will address all noise that arises.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, have you got a follow-up?
Got a follow-up question. I had a very close look at those acoustic fences, and you could see right through them. I mean, it looked like a garden shed, to be very rude, which I shouldn't be. But I mean, quite seriously, I wondered if the officer considered whether that type of fencing is really very effective, if it's got gaps between the different slats. Now, the acoustic fence at the Peasdown St John bypass, which does strike me as being quite effective, has got vertical slats. So I was wondering what the officer's view was of these horizontal slats.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jackson. I think officers are aware that the currently unauthorised fence that's been erected has got some flaws in terms of the shiplap has come away and there's some gaps. If permission was granted, then it would obviously be subject to the approved plans, and officers are satisfied that the approved plans for the acoustic fence are satisfactory, and that would enable us to then obviously take any action we need to ensure that the development is built in accordance with the approved plans. And I believe the case officer has already discussed remedial works to ensure that those gaps are tightened up. So essentially nailing in the shiplats together. But I understand that the fencing has been erected and is proposed is as effective as acoustic fencing. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, in order for the barrier to be effective, obviously there shouldn't be any holes or gaps, and it has to be of sufficient density. So For Concrete have consulted with their noise consultant in terms of the fence that has been erected. But importantly, the condition specifies limits that have to be met. So if for whatever reason the fence didn't meet those limits, then that could be enforced.
Okay, Councillor Hughes. Keep going. That's
Okay,
it.
we're on. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have a number of questions. The first one is, we seem to have decided that a level of increase in noise should be acceptable on this site, whether it be 5 decibels or more. So how have we determined that any increase should be tolerated by the residents? Surely if the barriers are effective, we should be seeing a reduction in ambient noise level, not an increase. As we've discussed previously, the decibel scale is not a linear scale and doubles roughly every 3 decibels. And certainly with a 5 decibel increase, that would, I guess, would result in at least a 50% increase in noise level. So that's my first question, really. And also, when we're looking at this issue of decibels, rather than just looking at ambient noise levels, I mean, particularly when we're looking at disturbing people's sleep patterns, particularly early in the morning, we should be considering the peaks, not just the general ambient levels of noise. So has that also been considered in this? The question of the barriers don't seem to have any noise absorbency built into them. They're basically wooden panels, so reflective rather than absorbent of noise, which means noise can ricochet. So has that been taken into account in how we've calculated the noise levels and how the noise will move? With regards to vehicles arriving, the vehicles arrive and have to drive up the residential roads to be able to reverse onto sites. This section is not protected by barriers, which means the tractor units of the articulated trucks will be adjacent to the front doors of the properties. So have we made any allowance for these vehicles being only a few meters away from residential properties' doors and windows? And finally, we seem to have discrepancy between two different noise reports. So in this situation, who is the council appointing to work as referee to determine which are the correct numbers that we should be assessing? Thank you.
I'll pick up a couple of those points and then I'll let my colleague deal with the majority of those more technical ones. But just to say on the first point around why would any increase in noise be acceptable, the way our policy works and is worded is that it doesn't allow for significant impacts on amenity. So that doesn't mean that there can be never any impact on amenity. If that were the case, then nothing would ever get built, because there's always, with new development or changes to operations, there's always a impact. It's the question of whether that is an acceptable level of impact or not. And then to just jump down to your point around the vehicles reversing and that the noise from the articulated trucks that have to pull onto Van Dyke Avenue to reverse into the site. So those activities, so the articulated trucks, they wouldn't be happening. That wouldn't happen during the extended the hours that they're requesting are extended now. So the only trucks that would be, the only activities during the extended hours, which is what this application is for, are the 4 concrete mixer lorries that would be leaving the site between 6:30 and 7:30. They obviously don't need to reverse or go into the Van Dyke's Avenue. So the articulated trucks point is a matter that happens outside of the additional hours that are being requested, and it's also something that's not controlled currently. So the situation is no worse than it currently is in respect of that. So that's what I'd say on that point. I'll pass over to Dermot for some of the other technical points.
Thank you. So in terms of the increase in noise, the only increase in noise with this application is the extra hours in the morning. With the barrier in place, that's predicted to result in an increased level of less than or equal to 5 decibels. Thus predicted to give rise to an adverse effect dependent on the context, whereas as Chris alluded to, the policy is about preventing a significantly adverse impact. In terms of how that noise level will impact the residents, there's 2 aspects to that condition. There's the increase of no more than 5, but there's also the reference to the maximum level of 57 at a window. So in your query, I think you raised about not just the ambient level, but the peaks. That 57 figure is to deal with the maximum level associated with any event. So it's kind of an impulsive noise or train passing by. So that 57 equates to a level of 45 inside a bedroom. And the World Health Organization state that where 45 is not exceeded for more than 10 times per night, it's unlikely to create sleep disturbance. So there is a basis by which we can support these early hours working in terms of the levels are likely to create. I think you also mentioned the effectiveness of the barrier, and clearly there is a missing section, so the barrier isn't going to be fully effective until it's complete, because until the line of sight is fully obstructed, the residents are still going to experience noise, irrespective of the 2 sections that have already been built. In terms of, I think you mentioned about absorption in the barrier. The barrier works in 2 ways, by means of its density by which it will absorb sound, and also the surface which will reflect sound back into the yard. I think you also mentioned the 2 noise reports. There were some flaws with the noise reports, particularly the residents' report. It was largely an unattended survey, and that gave rise to a number of errors, such as the assertion that 4 Concrete were operating between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, which they subsequently retracted. But I'd rather focus on the points on which both reports agree, and that is that the current activities are unreasonably noisy. The Matrix report concludes that, and the residents' report reaches a similar conclusion. Where both reports disagree is on the criteria that we have suggested. The residents' reports say that it's too lenient, and we take the view that the criteria that has been proposed is relevant. To suggest that a rating level of 0 dB could be imposed is entirely impractical and unachievable in any event. The residents' report also takes the position that the barrier won't work, but they don't explain why it won't work. They don't back this up with any calculation or assessment. They just simply say, in their opinion, it won't work. And that doesn't really advance anything from the residents' perspective. Because as I said earlier, this application is about mitigation. It's not about regulating the activities that happen on the site. So if they believe this barrier won't work, there doesn't really seem to be an alternative. Forgive me, I know you asked a lot of questions, so please remind me if there's anything I've missed.
Do you have answers to all your questions, or any follow-up?
Just a quick follow-up, if that's okay.
Yes, of course.
So, okay, so I appreciate what you're saying there, but nobody's actually explained to me why we have to accept above 0. If the barriers are going to be effective, then the residents should expect no increase in ambient noise level. And if there is going to be an increase, then we should, I mean, the peaks that I experienced when I was there before the site visit started, I would suggest were a lot higher than 57 decibels in terms of the ambient levels. And I think the reports don't seem to take into account that the neighbours already have to deal with the ambient noise levels from other businesses, the traffic, the trains. There's a lot of ambient noise levels associated with this area, not associated with the concrete. The concrete's on top of that. But as I say, this idea that 0 is not feasible or achievable, and we should just automatically accept a higher level than 0, when which in the reality is you're trying to sleep at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, and you're woken up by a jackhammer making a noise or whatever noises they're going to make on this site, just doesn't seem realistic. So at what point does the policy determine that we have to accept an increase in noise?
There are restrictions on the activities that will take place in this first hour of the morning. Deliveries won't arrive. All that will happen is 4 vehicles parked within the yard the night before will fill and leave. I appreciate that the residents are disturbed by the noise and that they feel that this isn't the solution that they desire. The problem is that this is an existing site. It's not a new site that we can regulate from scratch. So the best that we can achieve is mitigation. And to achieve 0 above the ambient level, it's completely impractical. It's impossible to achieve. There are limitations at what can be achieved by a barrier by virtue of the size of it, the mass of it. So that there comes a point where there are limitations on what can practically be achieved.
Okay, so what we're saying is the barriers are not fully effective in reducing the noise level. I mean, do we know what frequencies we're expecting? Because depending on the frequencies, depending on how the noise will escape even with the barriers. I mean, the lower frequencies are aren't they likely to ricochet around and escape?
The barrier has been predicted to achieve the reductions that we've suggested in the conditions, and we believe there is a basis for considering those limits to be reasonable.
Okay, Councillor Bromley.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you. It's just, I was trying to remember actually if 4 Concrete can operate on bank holidays at the moment. I'm not sure if they can, but if that's part of the extended hours, I'm quite surprised that any question is being given to them operating on bank holidays. I mean, even if the new fences, the new acoustic fences are effective, you're still going to have vehicles coming in and out of the yard, as far as I understand, on bank holiday morning up to about sort of 1 o'clock. It seems to be quite extraordinary for an operation of this kind that it's going to be permitted to operate on a bank holiday.
Thank you, Councillor Bromley. Just to be clear, the site can already operate on a bank holiday, and there's no proposals to change that, the hours of operation on a bank holiday.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hounsell.
I think it's working now. Thank you. I think I know the answer to this, but I think it's important for the public to know the answer to this. Can the two elements of this planning application be considered separately? That is, can the acoustic fences be considered separately to the extension of the hours? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hansel. The committee has to determine the application before it, which is for both elements, so we couldn't separate those out. The way the conditions have been worded as well seeks to ensure that any extension to the operating hours is dependent upon the fencing being erected, and not only erected but then tested to see that it achieves the levels of mitigation that have been suggested, and that the noise limits that have been suggested are also achieved from residential properties. So the two are sort of tied together through the application and through the suggested conditions.
Councillor McPhee.
I've got three questions. The first one is, I just want to be absolutely clear that there will be no operation outside of hours, the current hours, until the barrier has been shown to be satisfactory. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So the condition I was just referring to is condition 2 on the suggested conditions list. And as I said, that requires the fencing to be installed, and then not only installed but also tested with an acoustic report, which would then be submitted to the council, reviewed by the council's environmental team, right, to ensure that it does achieve those levels before any extended hours are allowed.
Very good. Now, if we come on to that assessment, the problem that the residents had with the previous assessment was that it was not done in the gardens, the particular areas where the problems would come. It was done outside. It was paid for by 4 Concrete, and 4 Concrete knew perfectly well when that testing was being done. And they acted just the same as they did on the day of our visit. And so that was what was sad about it. Plus, it was a very short-term measurement. There are problems with doing a continuous measurement, that there are other times of the day and other people working, and we quite understand that. But what I wanted to know, because there are some words about how you're going to organize it, how are you going to organize this assessment, and who will be paying for it, and who will be doing it?
Thank you, Councillor. So just on the point around the fact that the assessment has been paid for, the applicant's assessment has been paid for by the applicant. Well, this is not unusual for all professional reports submitted with planning applications. The council don't have the resources to commission its own reports for everyone who wants to submit a planning application. And the professionals involved in those reports are qualified professionals who will be members of their respective chartered institutes and bound by various codes of conduct. So they will, and they will also have to abide by British standard regulations. So whilst it's perfectly reasonable and fair to critique a methodology, and my colleagues will have already provided some commentary on that, I don't think that you can, certainly it wouldn't be reasonable in a planning context, and certainly if we were looking at an appeal context, the council would not get very far if it were to be saying that it didn't trust the reports solely because they'd been paid for by the applicant. So I would advise members not to give that sort of type of reasoning any weight in their considerations today. In terms of how the Condition 2 report, the report required under Condition 2 would be organised, again, that would be a report that would be provided by the applicant, but I understand that our environmental protection team would potentially have the opportunity to conduct that testing themselves as well. I'll pass over to Dermot to answer some of those other points as well.
Okay. It didn't really matter where either assessment was done, but it was better for an assessment to be done in view of the site so that you can be certain which type of activities are generating the noise that you're assessing. And where the assessment was carried out outside of the site, those levels can be extrapolated back to where the residents are. As I mentioned earlier, both reports come to quite similar conclusions on the level of noise that they're experiencing. The divergence comes from on the solution, how effective that is. So they're not necessarily that far apart in that respect. When it comes to measuring the effectiveness of the barrier, as Chris said, the onus will be on the applicant to discharge the condition as would with any other planning application. However, if there's any query around that or further complaints arise, then we of course can monitor ourselves to check that those limits have been complied with. I've also heard the criticism previously that the site was quieter whenever the applicant's noise survey was undertaken. And to some extent, that's not hugely relevant because the conditions that have been applied need to be complied with regardless of whether it was quiet or not at that time. If it were quieter when the assessment was carried out and it's subsequently noisier, then they're going to have quite a problem to face in meeting the limits that have been applied.
You will not be surprised to learn that I will be proposing that the assessment should be independent, and it must surely be this way so that residents can feel very happy about it and feel that there can be no possible bias, and it will be done to a high level and paid for, I trust, by the council. I think that is the only way in which you're going to get residents on site. Anyway, we'll come to that later on. Let's move on to setting of the limits, and Councillor Hughes has already touched this. Now, you mentioned the WHO recommendation, and I note that the recommends that sound levels should be below an average level of 30 decibels in the bedroom. 30. You're setting a level of 57, so that's 27 decibels above the average. It must surely be too high. And I believe that a number around 50 or 53 would be more sensible. We know that you've said that you have to deal with what is achievable, but the residents say there are norms out there, WHO norms, other norms that we can go to which define what is acceptable. And we do not see why we are not using those norms. Can you see the point that we should be using accepted norms?
Sorry if I caused confusion earlier. We're not suggesting an average of 57 during the early morning period. That's a maximum period over a few seconds to take account of, say, a truck passing by or a train passing by. That's not an average level over that hour of a morning. It's to cope with single events that generate a short burst of noise. And as I said, there is a basis to show that through an open window that will be reduced to 45, which the World Health Organization says is acceptable provided it doesn't occur more than 10 times during the nighttime period. So there is a basis in standards for the limits that have been suggested during the early morning.
Well, obviously I don't accept that, I think, and we'll make a proposal based on the norms. One more question, if I may. I noticed that in the document here, you're talking about the project starting within 3 months. But the project has already started. It's a retrospective application. Would it be fair to say that these gates should be done within 2 months?
The way the suggested conditions have been structured, there's obviously the two elements. A bit I've explained already around the additional hours, which is really where any additional noise concerns would be arising, because existing noise concerns are not at issue here. In terms of the completion of the noise, the acoustic fencing, just checking how it's structured. It would be possible just getting myself confused. So they can't get the extended hours without the fencing. The condition 1, as this is partly retrospective, technically, yes, wouldn't necessarily be necessary because they've already commenced development. So condition 1, allowing them to start development within three years, doesn't really make much sense. But
when it's retrospective?
Yes, it's partly retrospective, so they've got some left to do. That makes no difference to condition 2, which is that they can't extend the opening hours until they've completed the fencing. So that's how it's controlled. If they were to get permission, not complete the fencing, and they wouldn't be allowed the extended opening hours, and they would just continue as is, and they wouldn't have implemented the permission. So yeah, I don't think it's necessary to have a condition on there requiring it to be done within 2 months or 3 months. In some ways, that puts a very tight time frame on when they'll be allowed to extend their operating hours, which residents may not want. If they're going to take a bit longer to do all this work, then that might be preferable to residents if they don't want those extended opening hours.
Final question?
You've had quite a lot of time.
No, okay, that's fine.
Councillor Hodge.
So these are just two, Councillor McPhee made very good points. These are just two peripheral points, really. I just wanted to finish off with, just to be clear on them. The open BTU use, as we didn't really discuss this the first time around, I just want to be clear in my mind that this is the lawful existing use of this site, and that issue has all been cleared up. So I understand that an open B2 use does accept that it's a use within a residential area that is known to have a detrimental effect on residential amenity. So could we be clear on that point, that it is the lawful existing use of a site? And I just want to pick up on the highways point of the 2,000 extra lorry journeys a year, which is about 6 extra lorries a day. I'd just like to understand why highways don't think that is significant.
To be very clear, the officers view the lawful use of the site is in a B2 use, and that's not at issue in this application that's before you. Regarding the 2,000 lorries a year, I'm not quite sure how that figure's been calculated, but the main point really is the additional vehicle movements that would arise from this application would be those 4 concrete mixers leaving the site between 6:30 and 7:30, a.m. Monday to Friday. So you could, I guess, if you extrapolate that across the year, that would add up to quite a number, but much less than 2,000, I believe. And there would obviously be staff parking. I think it's 2 or 3 cars associated with staff parking, but those would have happened in any case. So 4 lorry movements, one-way lorry movements leaving the site in Monday to Friday is what Highways have based their assessment that they don't think that's going to have a significant impact on the highway network.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
I think my colleagues have covered just about every nook and cranny in terms of questions here, so I'm not going to add. So I think the officers might be relieved I'm not going to ask any more questions. Thank you.
I just have one more person on the list and we'll move to the debate. Councillor Hounsell.
Right, my question is there a current open enforcement case regarding noise? And if the answer is yes, the process is that the company will be invited to come into compliance. Extended hours would be completely irrelevant to that. So if the answer was yes, the company would still hopefully want to install these acoustic measures to come into compliance. So just to reiterate my first question, is there an open enforcement case regarding noise? Thank you.
I believe there is for this site and for a number of the other businesses that operate along that lane. I don't have the details of those individual enforcement cases, but obviously the relevant matters are what we've been discussing today, and the enforcement shouldn't be given significant weight in your decision making today.
Okay, Councillor Hounsell. Right, after that thorough grilling, thank you for your answers, officers. We'll move to the debate, and can I invite Councillor McPhee as a ward councillor to open the debate?
Thank you very much. It is clear that we have this problem because 4 Concrete came and without permission put in a silo, and the planning people let it go through, and that's why we're stuck with it. As regards what I believe we should do is I'm happy to accept that the barrier should be built. I'm very doubtful whether it's going to work, but I want to put some conditions on that, and so I would like to propose a number of conditions, and we can come to those after the debate. The one I've already mentioned is a condition that the assessment that is made of the daytime noise levels is done completely independently, both of the company and of planning. It can be done by Baines Council. There can be then no complaint by either side that it's not been done in a fair way. Clearly, the methodology, we can all agree. I hope that the residents will see the methodology and the others. So that would be the first motion I would put forward. On the sound levels, clearly I cannot stand by and let those levels go by. We are quite surely clear that we should be using norms, and so therefore I would propose smaller ones, 53 for the limit at the sound level at the bedroom window, and 5 decibels above ambient. The next one, I did say the barrier must be completed within 2 months from today. And why did I say that? Well, it goes back to what Councillor Hounsell said, that the residents are suffering. And as long as there's a planning application, 4 Concrete can carry on. They're not going to get prosecuted because there's a planning application going on. So I'd like to see some progress So that would be one of the conditions I would like to put in. Another one that's not been mentioned, but was in the previous one, that the noise levels will be reviewed every 12 months with no end date. That was a condition of the previous one. It's been left out this time, so I'd like to put that one in. And then finally, if the noise levels remain excessive after the barrier has been built, then I believe there should be a 12-month moratorium on 4 Concrete submitting further planning applications so that the outstanding enforcement activities can be resumed. Those are my proposals.
So are you actually putting a motion on the table at the moment, Councillor McPhee?
I am, although I fully want to hear the debate, but that's the motion I'm putting on with those. They can either be done separately or as one motion.
Can I just ask a technical question on that from the legal officer? As I understand it, Hal said we put a moratorium on planning applications while some investigation is going on. Is that something that we're allowed to do to stop someone putting a planning application in while investigations are being done in order to subvert or circumvent the investigation?
Chris or Simon, can you comment on that? I don't mind who. Keep going.
Got there in the end. Thank you, Chair. There's a number of issues with those suggested conditions, actually, which I was going to come on to later. But in terms of the moratorium on planning applications, anybody has a right to submit a planning application at any time. So it wouldn't, in my view, it wouldn't pass the necessary tests for planning conditions to impose a condition that effectively banned someone from submitting further applications. So that wouldn't be a lawful condition in my view. Also, I think a condition that required a noise report to be independently produced, I think that would fail the test for planning conditions. I think there would be an enforceability issue, an issue in terms of how precise that is, because of course it depends what your definition of independent is. It's not appropriate really for the planning authority to dictate through a planning condition who produces a report. The way the process works is that reports are submitted and then they're reviewed by the council, and we decide at that point whether what's been submitted is acceptable or not. In terms of conditions that relate to lower noise limits and all of the rest of it, I mean, conditions that impose noise limits are obviously appropriate and they are necessary, but there's already been a discussion and questions from the environmental protection team concerning what those noise limits should be. So clearly as officers, we are content with the set of conditions that are set out in the committee report, and I would strongly recommend against deviating from those noise limits. Thank you, Chair.
So has that covered all of your conditions? If you're going to put a motion on the table, we need to find a seconder. So we need to be absolutely clear about what your motion is, Hal.
Right. I'm going to do them condition by condition. So the first one is that an independent assessment of the daytime noise levels after the barrier has been fitted is made in the residence gardens using a company appointed by Baines Council, not planning, across the course of 1 week.
So do you want Chris to comment on each of these as you go through?
No, I'm looking for a seconder.
You have to give the whole motion with the conditions.
No, that's the whole motion. I'm doing one condition at a time.
You can't. You need to do all the conditions.
No, I'm doing one motion, one condition.
So you're only having that one condition as your motion?
How many? Who limits me to one motion?
Once it's passed, it's passed. You can't then go back and amend it.
Can't we just have a debate first and then decide on the motion?
So, sorry, can you come through the chair, please? So what you're saying is you're going to put a motion on the table with that first condition, and then you're going to amend it for however many other conditions you've got, and look for a re-seconding each time.
Okay, if that's how it goes, other people can perhaps hear my motions. I will just put that motion on the table about independent assessment.
Okay, and I think Chris has answered whether that is a viable thing to do or not, and the answer is no.
Yeah, I've got nothing really to add, Chair, to what I said previously. I would strongly recommend against a condition of that nature. I don't believe that it complies with the tests for conditions. And I think the committee need to bear in mind that applicants do have a right of appeal against conditions. So I would expect it's possible that an appeal would be received against such a condition. And it's possible, if the inspector felt that that was unreasonable, that we could have a costs award against us, Chair.
Simon, have you got anything to add to that? Or?
Yes, Chair, I think it's probably highly unorthodox motion. One has to be a positive motion either to permit, refuse or defer, I think.
So how? Councillor McPhee, we are, sorry, one moment. Councillor Jackson, I just needed to clarify the motion. Is it a point of order that you want to raise?
It is, of course, difficult at this end of the table to be absolutely sure what was said by Mr. Elias. But as I understand things, the condition which has been proposed by Councillor McPhee is not operable because it would be considered, well, there are various reasons why it's not, but we have also just been reminded it would be considered unreasonable and we would lose at appeal. My feeling is that if Councillor McPhee feels the way he does about this application, he would agree with me that we should reject this application on the grounds of unacceptable loss of amenity to the residents. And that would be what I would propose when we discussed Councillor McPhee's proposal.
Right.
Surely you should let other people comment.
Well, normally when you put a motion on the table, then we need to have a seconder and be clear about the motion, then we can go on to the debate. That's the way it should go. So I need to be clear if you're putting a motion on the table now and clarify what the conditions are as part of that motion so that somebody may or may not second it for you. And I think we've established that the first condition, there is some difficulty with that, but...
Well, I haven't heard any comments on it, but I don't know whether I have a seconder yet.
No, you don't. So you want to keep the first condition in for now, for your motion.
Right, okay, well I'll go one more. One more condition then, or two. One is that I recommend that the assessment level from 7:30 to 18:30 should be at 5 decibels above ambient, and that the limit of acceptable sound level at the bedroom window will be set at 53 rather than 57. And then the third one will be the noise levels will be reviewed every 12 months with no end date. So those are the three conditions.
So those are your three conditions. Yeah. So would you like to comment on those other two conditions, Chris? Are they okay?
Thank you, Chair. It's obviously within the gift of committee to set alternative noise levels, but in terms of whether those noise levels are appropriate or not, clearly, in terms of this application and the works that are underway here, we're content as officers that the conditions and the limits that are set out in the officer's report are acceptable. So I can't see that there's any, whilst it's in the gift of the committee to set alternative noise limits, I can't see any justification for those noise limits. it may be that the Environmental Protection Team can add something at this point, Chair, but there's nothing here from what I've heard this morning that supports those alternative noise levels.
Environmental health officers have anything to add?
I think those noise limits are completely unreasonable and completely unachievable.
Unachievable.
So, how, if you, Councillor McPhee, if you want to carry on with your motion with those 3 conditions,
Yeah.
is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
So do we have a seconder? No, we don't. So I'm afraid that motion has fallen. So if we can move to the debate, Councillor Jackson and Councillor Hughes.
Well, I'm sorry, Chair. I was going to make an alternative proposal, but perhaps we could have a bit of clarification. I thought that we were being asked to give permission for these 3 acoustic barriers, and we were being asked to approve the extension of the operating hours of the business, and a more minor point, the permission to store the materials. I don't quite see how a debate about the noise levels is relevant, really, because we're not being asked to approve the operation of this business, simply if it is to be allowed to extend it. I think it's unfortunate that we've got a hybrid application here, but it does sort of wrap things up quite well, namely the acoustic barriers and the hours of operation. But they haven't, they've come in as they are. I myself would be quite happy about the acoustic barriers and the storage, but I object to the extension of the hours of operation. So that's why I can't support the officer's recommendation. And my alternative proposal would be that we refuse this application on the grounds of loss of amenity to the residents.
So is that a motion that you're putting forward? Or you're going to
If you will accept it, Chair, if you feel we've got to that point in the debate, yes.
Well, it's up to you. We can carry on debating if you want to put that motion forward.
I will put this motion that we refuse this application on the grounds of unacceptable loss of amenity to the residents.
Do we have a seconder for that? Then we can carry on with the debate. Councillor Cross, are you seconding?
Thank you very much, yes. I think if this had come through as 2 separate applications, we could have had a much more balanced and worthwhile debate, because there are 2 big issues here, and one is the noise and the other is the operation. Now, it's quite clear that the company wants to try and mitigate that with the, putting up these acoustic barriers, and it's quite clear that there needs to be more done on that. But I don't see how we can go to a position where we consider the hour extension until we know if the acoustic barriers work. And if the acoustic barriers work, then that makes a complete difference for the residents. If the acoustic barriers don't work, then you certainly don't want extra hours of the inconvenience and the noise. And I've stood at this site on 2 or 3 occasions with Andy Waite, and it is quite intensive. And I myself, in a previous residence in a previous town, have lived within 100 metres of one of the biggest cement manufacturing works in the time. I don't think it operates anymore, but when I lived there, it was a huge cement manufacturer. And we regularly had the consequences of living next to a cement works. But so therefore, it seems to me that the company will be listening to this debate, and what I would like to see is an application on the acoustic barriers before we go to an application on the hours of work. Because for me, the important things is, do the acoustic barriers deliver what the sound experts have promised? If that's yes, then it's a legitimate request to consider those hours of work. If the answer is no, then they need to do more work on the acoustic barriers. So I'm more than happy to second Councillor Jackson's refusal at this time on the ground that she said, which is considerable loss of amenity to local residents.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crossley. So we have a motion on the table to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons stated. At the moment, I have Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Clark to speak in the debate, if you'd like to carry on. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm sympathetic to Councillor McPhee's suggestion, and certainly if the committee was minded to approve this, I would certainly want to see some conditions attached to it. But I am very supportive of the motion to refuse. I don't follow this argument that the residents should not be able to argue that any increase in noise level at this sort of unsociable hour should be accepted, and they're not, and we shouldn't be allowed to set an increase a zero limit. I think it's quite realistic at this time of the day to set a zero limit, and if it can't be achieved, then we shouldn't be allowing it to happen. Any increase at these sort of hours is going to be detrimental to people's health and their ability to get a good night's sleep. So I am very supportive of the motion to refuse.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
I think, as you know, I've said before that I prefer that once the officers have presented their case with effectively their proposal to permit or to refuse, for us to then have a debate, and then once we've all heard each other's opinions, for somebody then to put forward a proposal. And I do think that we spent a lot of time discussing the proposals rather than debating the issue. And I would like, at the end of this meeting, to have a meeting of the meeting chair, if you permit, in camera, so we can discuss this issue for future, but not for now. I do have a comment on this particular issue, and that is, in the end of the day, whichever way I look at this, it does seem to me that we're talking about the facts of what's actually happening now, and clearly the residents, the town council, and I was persuaded by their comments, as I was by the ward councillor for that area, Councillor Andy Waite's comments. These are facts. This is happening at this point in time. This is not opinions, this is not potential, this isn't something that may or may not happen in the future. So as far as I'm concerned, even though I know that the officers do a tremendous amount of work on this issue, and that it may well be that the Concrete 4 are actually operating within regulations at the moment. We are where we are with regard to their operation. There's nothing we can do about that. But I am persuaded by, as I've said, by the submissions of the town council, of the local councillor and of the residents to support the motion to reject this application.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak before we take the vote? Councillor Hodge?
I support the comments that have gone before and Councillor McPhee's intentions. I just want to be clear about the existing permission that they have got. So if this permission is refused, I understand that they do have permission. We gave permission for them to operate extended hours so long as that they could prove after a year that it had dropped the decibels with a different arrangement of fences. So I think they could, can they go back to that if we, my understanding is that they could decide to still have, they could have extended hours from the previous permission that we gave them. Is that correct or not? Have I misunderstood that? I don't know, I suppose that's a question actually.
Yeah, Chris, can you pick that up?
Yeah. So they do have the existing permission for a slightly different arrangement of acoustic fence and the extended hours. That was granted by the previous planning committee, and the members should note that the noise limits condition on that application is the same level of noise limits that is now currently being suggested. So previously, obviously slightly different makeup of the committee, but members did find that the previous noise limits were acceptable. So that's going to present some difficulty for the council if we're then having to defend an appeal where we've said they're subsequently not acceptable.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Hodge?
Yes, it does. It's difficult then.
Chris, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Just a final point, really. I just wanted to draw the committee's attention to policy D6, which is the core strategy's key policy on amenity. So that says that development should not cause significant harm to occupiers by reason of loss of light, increased noise, smell, overlooking traffic, or other disturbance. So the bar is significant harm. So it's not simply a case that there needs to be harm, it needs to be significant harm to fall foul of policy D6. And obviously, officers' views is that that's not the case and that it complies with policy D6. That's really echoed in the MPPF, which says that development, in terms of noise, should avoid a significant adverse impact on health and quality of life. So that significant bar is in there again. So I think the committee does need to be particularly mindful of that the bar is quite high for a refusal or a defendable refusal on noise ground. And I think if this application is refused, an appeal is probably very likely. And as officers, we would have to provide evidence that the submitted noise assessment and the conclusions that we've already drawn is incorrect. And of course, we would have to demonstrate that the advice that our environmental protection team have given us was wrong. So we would be in a very difficult position at appeal, and I do think an awards of costs would be very likely.
Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I do sometimes wonder why we see these applications at committee if there is no choice between acceptance or refusal, which I'm sure is not really what the officer is implying now. Significant. I was there. I heard the noise. I heard the vehicles reversing, and I was actually at the front garden of the first resident, and I have to say, I think we're open to criticism, but if I understood correctly from the officer presenting, that our officers had not stood in the garden of number 1, Avon Close. So I would maintain, actually, Mr. Gom has very correctly pointed out the core strategy policy that we should be following. That's very helpful. But I would say it is a significant harm, and I'm sure that if this goes to appeal, the residents will apply. I would hope we wouldn't get to the sort of Olympic Games stage of things, where somebody has to actually be on the verge of a nervous breakdown before they have to consider their mental health and withdraw. In other words, what I'm saying is I don't think we should be waiting for a resident to have a mental health breakdown because they can't get enough sleep and the noise is upsetting them. And maybe, of course, the situation is very different today with people in lockdown and people having to stay at home much more. So, you know, that's another factor to consider, that the hours of a working family are far more bound to the house. And so I think it is a significant harm that we have here. And if there's another extant planning permission, well, then actually the applicant doesn't have to go to appeal.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I like the others. I would have liked to have seen it come in 2 applications and felt could have supported the acoustic fencing. But in light of what the extant permission is, I find it difficult to support the motion in front of us. As I say, had it come as 2 separate ones, I would like to have seen that, but I'm finding it with the extant permission that they have, it's difficult to support the motion in front of us now.
Yes, and I feel in the same position. Councillor Davis, do we have any more contributors to the debate before we take a vote? No? Okay, so what we have in front of us then is to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons of residential amenity. Would all those in favour please raise their hands? Councillor McPhee, have you?
I'm not opposing it.
6 in favour.
And all of those against the motion?
2 against. Oh, sorry, 3. Sorry.
Does that add up? Have we got any abstentions?
And 1 abstention. So that's carried, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. That was a long one. Thank you, officers, for your contributions. We've been at it now for an hour and a half. Does anybody want a quick 5-minute comfort break, or do you want to crack on with the next 2 before we break for lunch? Okay, just 5 minutes. People be back in 5 minutes? Right, welcome back, everyone. Next one before us is 3 Barrow View, Timsbury Road, Farnborough. And can I invite the case officer, Isabel Deon, to present her report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So this is for the erection of a first floor side extension at 3 Barrow View. This one came to committee last month. It was originally recommended for refusal on Greenbelt grounds. However, the agent submitted revised information to the case officer after that committee, and the recommendation has now changed to permission on the basis of that new information. So I'll just run through the presentation again just to remind you of the plans. So this is the site location plan and an aerial view. It's a semi-detached dwelling within the Greenbelt located on Timsbury Road. Existing elevations, so you can see that it's got an existing lean-to single-storey side extension and a rear extension. The existing floor plans, so again you can see the extensions round to the side and at the rear on those plans. Then the proposal is to construct the first floor side extension over the existing lean-to with a small kind of dormer projection on the front. The materials are to match, and that has been recommended as a condition. So these are the proposed floor plans. So you can see just here the first floor element that's been added. This is a plan that the agent asked to be presented at the last committee, so I've just kept it in for consistency. So the neighbouring property at number 4 has a first floor side extension, which is shown here, and a similar arrangement at the rear to number 3. And then this is the new information that's been presented by the agent. So this is a ground floor plan from 1907, which demonstrates what is actually the original dwelling. So it was taken that this originally was the original dwelling, and that was the basis of the previous calculations, which I think came out at an increase of 58% for the extensions. So actually this bit at the rear has been demonstrated on the floor plan to be part of the original property, which has changed the calculations somewhat. We don't have elevation drawings from 1907, so we have had to use kind of the elevation drawings as existing to slightly estimate the Greenbelt calculations, but we don't have any evidence to the contrary to suggest that the agent's calculations are incorrect. So just some photos. So it's this property here with the green doors on it. You can just see the first floor side extension at the adjoining property at number 4, and it's proposed to be built over this lean-to here. So this is another view which actually shows the extension at number 4 a little bit better. And then a front view of the 2 properties together and a view of the rear as existing. So this element here, part of this element here, is considered to be part of the original property. So the application is now recommended for permission for the reasons outlined in the officer report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Isabel. We have no speakers on this one. So do we have any questions for the officer? No? So we go straight to the debate. And can I ask Councillor Davis to open as the ward councillor?
Yes, and I just annoy a couple of my colleagues then, perhaps by going straight forward with a motion, because we did debate this last time, and I think the information is now quite clear that it is okay within the green belt. It is above the 33, but it's not exceptionally above it, and it does match the house next door, so it makes a symmetry. So I propose to accept the officer's recommendation as printed in the papers before us.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hansel? Councillor Hansel seconded. Does anybody else want to contribute to the debate before we go to the vote? No? Okay, so The motion we have before us is to support the officer's recommendation. All those in favour?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. That was quick. Thank you, Isabel. Just allow some time for the officers to switch over for the next application. So the next application we have before us is 135 Wells Road, Bath. And can I ask the Officer Ben Burke to start his presentation when he's ready? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just a few things to mention to begin with. It's come to light that within the report, we didn't include Councillor Alison Bourne's referral to committee. So, if I may, I'll just read that out. It's quite short. So, residents have raised a number of concerns relating to HMOs in the Wells Road area, which they are generally felt to have a negative impact. There are several HMOs very close to this property, and there is a very high density of such dwellings a little further down Wells Road, with attendant problems relating to noise, rubbish disposal, and poor maintenance of properties. We believe that this application will be in breach of the 10% rule, so the planning application should not be permitted. But should you be minded to permit, we request that the application be considered by the planning committee. So there's one further point I'd like to make. The applicants contacted me late yesterday to say they wanted to retract the statement that their agent had submitted and replace it. And they've asked me if I could present just the first paragraph of that statement to you. So that's quite brief. So if I may, I'll just read that paragraph. We would like to add that as neighbours to the property, we would be keeping the garden and property maintained to a high standard. This property originally housed 3 children and 2 adults, and was in fact used as a 5-bedroom dwelling with 2 living spaces. So we aren't in fact taking away from its original use. We will also only be renting to professionals who add to the community in Bath. You will also see from the floor plan that even the smallest bedroom is almost double the required size of an HMO. This also applies to the kitchen. We are going above and beyond to provide a spacious home. There is also a need for homes for professionals who can't afford to buy or don't wish to live with relatives. Okay, so the application is for a change of use from C3 to C4. You'll have seen on the update sheet there's been a change in the figures with regard to the percentage of HMOs within the 100-metre radius. The applicant asked me to look into 84A Wales Road, which was coming up on our GIS system as a HMO property. I raised this with our HMO licensing team, who looked into it and advised me that actually that particular property did revert back to a family dwelling. As such, we've had to look at the figures again. So under the report, the figure was 10.5 for HMOs within the 100-metre radius. With the adjustment of that one property, the figure goes down to 9.3%. So that's 9.3%, so falls under the 10% threshold. So just give a quick summary through the plans, etc. The site, as you can see from the photograph, it's a large Victorian property divided into two flats, spacious curtilage, lots of trees at the boundary and within the site, and significant distance to neighbouring properties. So my view, as sort of set out in the report, is that any issues of noise, disturbance, etc., is significantly addressed by this spacious grounds and separation from the boundary. This shows the HMOs within the locality with a blue square over those that are HMOs, except for the 84A, which has been removed. This shows the floor plan of the property, the site plan. It shows the parking proposed, the 3 parking spaces at the rear. It shows the floor plans for the property, adding the additional bedroom. This shows the street context, so you can see that it's very green and leafy street scene context, a lot of trees along the boundary, and that shows the 2 entrances into the site, so it's a very heavily screened property. This shows to the left, the side of the property, and to the right shows the front of the property where the access is. Again, lots of trees within the site and lots of space. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ben. We have one speaker on this one, which is the Ward Councillor for Wickham and Lincoln, Councillor Bourne.
Hello, is that working? Yep, you can hear me.
Good.
Good.
Just about need to speak up, I think, Alison.
Okay, right, I'll get it a bit closer. Is that better? Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you. There are 30 houses up to the junction with Haysfield Park on the left-hand side of the Wells Road. Number 135 is just before the corner of Haysfield Park. Of those 30 houses, 12 already accommodate 13 HMOs, with 72 occupants being permitted to live in the 12 houses. While only one of these HMOs sits within the 100-metre radius of number 135, the others are a short distance away and have a significant impact on the local area. It's also worth noting that number 2 Thornbank Villas is an HMO whose garden sits partly within the 100-metre radius, but is not included because the central point is just outside. Were it to be included, it would take this development above the 10% threshold. Also, there are other HMOs nearby in Park Avenue, Magdalen Avenue, and further up Haysfield Park. Residents have approached ward councillors on a number of occasions with concerns about the impact that the HMOs on Wells Road have on the local community. This usually relates to parking demand, to maintenance of the properties and their gardens, and to problems with refuse collection, where tenants living in HMOs do not appear to feel the same sense of responsibility for cleaning up spilt food waste and other unpleasant debris that is likely to attract vermin as ordinary residents do. This often results in neighbours or council services having to take responsibility for their mess. Neighbours also report problems with noisy parties and other large gatherings in homes that have so many occupants. This is evidenced by the objections there have been to this development. Those living in HMOs are often students, and the occupants are therefore exempt from paying council tax, but they present a disproportionate drain on council resources, which is a source of great frustration to residents. While the applicant states that they're committed to maintaining this property to a high standard and to housing young professionals rather than students, there are no guarantees that this will happen once planning permission is granted. If the property were to be sold, a new owner may have a different approach. It's also questionable whether young professionals will be happy to live in a property with such limited communal space and shared bathroom facilities for any length of time. 5 independent occupants trying to cook in a 12-metre square kitchen will be challenging, and the shared dining and sitting room is likely to be cramped. The property may be more attractive to the target market if bedroom 3 was a bathroom, but it is not. In short, this planning application represents the loss of a much-needed 4-bedroom dwelling that was likely to be occupied by a family. If planning permission is granted, it will be replaced by another overcrowded HMO in an area where neighbours report many problems caused by existing HMOs. The 10% rule is designed to limit the adverse impacts that HMOs can have on a community. I urge the committee to consider whether this development is compliant with the spirit of that guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vaughan. Do you have any questions for the officer, please? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I just want some clarification. It's referred to as upper flats, 135 Wells Road, and I couldn't see from the pictures. Is there a lower flat? What's the layout of the actual plots?
So it's 2 flats. So it's a semi-detached property, which is 4 properties. So you've got a ground floor flat and then upper floor flat.
So on this particular plot then, how many people actually can live on this plot?
We don't have the information in terms of how many people live on the plot. We know the number of units. So there are 4 units there, but in terms of the existing unit is C3, the other units are C3, so they can be occupied by a family of any number, or a single person, or a couple. So we don't have controls over the numbers to occupy those properties, but we...
Do you have anything that you can show us that actually, I'm not sure I can get the picture of it in my head, how this little commune is working, to try and understand what affects converting a section of it into an HMO where they're all interconnected. I'm just not following this.
Well, if you look at the site location plan, you've got, it's a semi-detached property, 135, 137. Both of those have got 2 flats in them. So they've got upper floor flat and a lower floor flat. So within those 2 properties, there are 4 flats.
And the footprint's the same for all of them in terms of the 4 bedrooms and...
It's likely to be similar because they're mirror image properties. It's very likely to be similar. We don't have the floor plans for 137, so we can't say confirm they're exactly the same, but they're likely to be very similar.
Okay. Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Clark.
We've had a long morning, and I just wondered if I'd dropped off for half a minute, but I don't think we've seen an internal layout slide, have we? Has the officer got one? Right,
so
sorry, I must have missed that.
So these are the floor plans. So we've got the stairs coming in from the ground level, and then there are stairs up to the first floor, front door flat. So then you come here into the first floor flat, so up the stairs, then you've got bedroom 1, bedroom 2, bedroom 3, bedroom 4, living area, communal area kitchen, bathroom, and then you go up to the fifth bedroom.
Which is on a higher floor, is that correct?
Yeah, the top floor.
So we've got 4 bedrooms on the first floor sharing a bathroom, a kitchen and a living space. Does the top floor have an ensuite or anything?
You've got the bedroom. It does appear there may be a facility here. I don't have the plans in front of me to know specifically for sure. So there may be a facility there, but otherwise the main bathroom facility is on the lower level of the flat. But in terms of the accommodation itself, what we're looking at is the change of use rather than the specifics of the accommodation, because Baines doesn't have a specific policy in terms of space standards. So it would be very difficult for us to refuse an application saying that on the basis that it's not of an adequate size or doesn't have an adequate level of facilities. Having looked at it, the flat appears to be of a reasonable size, and it has to meet certain standards to get a HMO license in terms of space.
Okay.
And the other question is whether you're aware that there's a bus stop just outside this house. So do you consider that the parking arrangements are adequate?
Parking is adequate. The highways have confirmed that there are no more permits are going to be released for this area because it's full in terms of the parking capacity. So the residents wouldn't be entitled to any parking permits. So there'll be no change to the situation of on-street parking within that locality. But nevertheless, the applicants are proposing 3 parking spaces at the rear, accessed via a private access track. So in terms of parking, this scheme doesn't result in issues, and it is in a sustainable location, as you say, being near to a bus stop and being close to a city centre.
Councillor Clark.
Probably more of a general question, but it does affect this one as well. That is, when a house is converted into flats, is there any regulation with regard to soundproofing of the ceilings?
So when properties are converted to flats under building regs, there's a requirement for soundproofing between different flats. And there are standards to meet and there are tests that are done. This property is already divided into flats, so that's not something that would occur in this particular situation, but it already exists as two flats, one on top of the other.
Any more questions for the officer? Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, could you just clarify the situation? You're saying there's 3 parking spaces for this flat, and so the flat below, does that also have 3 parking spaces?
Let me just bring up sorry, excuse me. Yeah, so this shows the existing situation with 2 parking spaces. This now shows the situation with 3 parking spaces. So I'm not aware of the parking provision for the ground floor flat, but according to this application, it includes 3 parking spaces for the upper floor flat.
Sorry, so where is the lower floor park? To be honest, I'm seeing a lack of detail in the presentation, if I'm honest, of the layout of the whole site.
Well, parking isn't specifically an issue with the application because no more permits will be granted for the future residents because the parking provision is full. I don't have the information in terms of the ground floor flat. That's in a separate ownership, separate demise. So I don't know what their situation is in terms of parking. What we do have in front of us is the parking provisions for the upper floor flat, which shows 3 parking spaces. So either the ground floor flat has parking provision elsewhere, or they park on the street using permits.
Okay, but is that area where you're looking at the parking, is that communal area, or is that owned by the upper flats?
Well, it's in the, if I bring you to the, yeah, so that area is within the red line boundary, so that is within the ownership of the applicant, because it's within the red line boundary. So I'd come back to this plan. So that's within their control. The existing situation, 2 parking spaces. This shows 3 parking spaces. So I don't know the situation in terms of the ground floor flat. That's in different ownership. They're not party to this application, but the details they provided on this application show 3 parking spaces.
Okay, no further questions? Can we move to the debate, please? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was in 2014 that the then Councillor Will Sandray did an extensive survey into graduate retention because Bath scores very badly in terms of graduate retention, and the very qualified, skilled people we would like to have living here are not. And the reason given to the inquiry of the scrutiny panel was that there was no accommodation that was suitable. It was what there was far too expensive. Much as they would like to stay in Bath and get jobs here, they just couldn't afford it. And this house would at least solve the problem for 5 graduates. It's considerably better than the property that my son lived in when he first graduated in Anglesey. So I have no hesitation in moving the officer's recommendation, because actually the other point is I can't see a planning policy reason for refusing it. You know, I can appreciate that councillors feel uncomfortable about the density of HMOs in some parts of the city, that students don't pay council tax and so on, but these are all the consequence of policy decisions over which we have no control or influence as members of this committee. So actually, I think we need graduates, and I'm sure they'll be responsible, and if they're not, they'll have to learn to be responsible, because I'm sure the management of this flat will stick to their word about things. So I'm moving that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Davis.
I'm quite happy to second, because with the figures as we are now, it's under the 10%. When I was one of the ones who looked at it before, it would have taken it over the 10%, and I think even 10.01 would be over, but this now is taking it below 10%. We can't actually decide who the occupants are, so although I appreciate what Councillor Jackson said, we can't guarantee what the occupants will be, but as this is now within policy, I'm quite happy to second the recommendation and accept the officer's recommendation to us.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Do you have any more to add to the debate? Councillor Hughes?
Sorry, I'm not sure I agree. I think, if I understand the layout correctly, it looks like it's 2 houses that have already been converted from 2 houses to 4 flats. So I think this further development would be an overdevelopment to then take it further. And I think it might be quite reasonable to live adjacent to an HMO, but to live underneath an HMO, I think it shouldn't be acceptable. So I'll be objecting to this.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers to the debate before we go to a vote? Councillor Clark.
Yes, sorry, I hadn't appreciated the point that Councillor Hughes had made. So that's factual that is going to happen, but an HMO, it's not, sorry, I've been a bit slow here. The HMO is being formed above an existing private dwelling. Sorry if I've been slow on the uptake there.
Yeah, that's right. So all the properties are C3 single dwellings at the moment. So yes, it would be above C3 single dwelling.
And sorry, just following up on that then. So currently there are people living in the lower flat. Have they made any comments, any objections, do you know?
We have had objections, but not as I'm aware from the immediate neighbours.
Any more for the debate, please? No? Okay, so the motion we have on the table is to support the officer's decision. All those in favour, please.
That's 8, Chair.
And against?
And 2. 2 against, so that's carried.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's 1:05. We will now adjourn for lunch. If you could be back a few minutes before 2 o'clock to start the afternoon session. Thank you. To Hampton, the officer, for her presentation. Thank you, Tessa.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this proposal relates to the former Minnow Hospital located on Upper Borough Walls in Bath. Members have undertaken a site visit last week. There is a planning application and listed building application being considered, and I'll deal with them both in one presentation, but as you'll note, they're separate committee reports for each application. An application for the redevelopment of the site was previously refused at committee, and the applications have been resubmitted in an attempt to overcome the previous reasons for refusal. Since the application report was published, further support and objection comments have been received, but these do not change the conclusions of the report. Concern has been raised that the application should not be determined without scheduled monument consent in place. However, this is a separate process dealt with by Historic England. As set out in the committee report, Historic England have been consulted on this application and have raised no objection, noting that any harm has been minimised. So this is the application site edged in red. The building is a Grade 2 style listed building formerly occupied by the Minnow Hospital, which completed its relocation to the RUH site in 2019. The site is within the City of Bath Conservation Area and World Heritage Site. The garden and car park area to the rear forms part of a scheduled ancient monument, and there's other listed buildings nearby. The east and the west wing, so this is the east wing and the west wing, are dissected by Parsonage Lane, and there's a covered walkway between the two buildings. This to the rear here is the garden and car park area. Bridewell Lane runs to the west, and Westgate Street and Upper Borough Walls. So this block plan and photograph show the building context with the surrounding built form and features, including the 4 trees which are currently on the site. There's also a lodge building to the south of the site and an existing substation. The lodge currently houses one of the mosaics, which will be moved as part of this application to allow it to be more publicly accessible. The other mosaic is in the west wing basement. This photograph here again shows the existing west wing with the car park and garden area with the lodge building to the south, and this is Parsonage Lane and Bridewell Lane. Before I move on to the elevations, just a quick reminder of the main facades of the Minnow Hospital. The first here is taken near the corner of Union Street and Upper Borough Walls, looking at the east wing with the west wing in the background. The second here is a bird's eye view, primarily of the rear of the west wing, with the garden car park area in the foreground. This shows the modern roof extension and the turrets on the rear, which will be removed as part of the application. There are a significant amount of plans that have been accompanied this application, and I'll run through the most pertinent ones. So these are the existing elevations. This is the main frontage of the building, which faces onto Upper Borough Walls. You can see how the east wing is linked to the west wing by the walkway arch. These lower windows here are at basement level. So this is the existing south elevation of the west wing. So this faces onto the car park and the garden area to the rear, and it's the elevation most visible to the neighbouring occupiers to the rear. So this here you can see where the chapel is and the apse of the chapel, which faces onto Parsonage Lane. So this is the elevation which faces onto Parsonage Lane. So this is the apse here and the garden area, and these are the neighbouring buildings located in here, so you can see through to the garden there. So this is the elevations viewed from Bridewell Lane. So this is the hospital, again, up through to the garden area, the lodge building and the neighbouring buildings behind. Finally, this is the east elevation of the east wing, which faces onto Union Street, and the west of the elevation was faces onto Parsonage Lane. So the next set of plans are the floor plans. I'll run through these quite quickly. So this is the basement plan and the ground floor plan. So again, the basement plan mainly contains offices and back of house formerly for the hospital. This plan here, you can see the chapel area, the turret that's to be removed. So this is the mezzanine and the first floor plans. You can see the wards in here, which we'll try to retain to be left open. Again, the chapel and the other important features. This is the main entrance in here. And this is the third floor plan, sorry, second and third floor plan, and the roof plan. So before I move on to the proposed elevations, I'll just show you some visuals just to help you understand it more clearly. So this is the proposed extension to the west wing, which will be joined by a glazed pedestrian link. The building will be 3.5 stories, so there's kind of third or fourth story in the roof, in the mansard roof. There's a cut away area here, which will contain a terrace which won't be accessible to the public. Again, this is just viewing it from a slightly different angle. And you can see the green wall in here as well. So these are the proposed elevations. This is the elevation on Upper Borough walls. The red line illustrates demolition in here. And the west wing alterations include rebuilding the third floor, which will be a zinc roof and realigned windows, and a green roof set behind the screen. This is the south elevation as viewed from the this is viewed from, let's get one, no, sorry, this is the elevation as viewed from Bridewell Lane. So this is the extension just in here in the lodge. Again, this is just without the trees and a closer view. This is the south elevation, so viewed from the neighbouring dwellings at Parsonage Lane. The extension will be set below the existing hospital. The rear wall here will contain an area of planting, and again, this is the cutaway where there'll be the terrace. This section elevation here is viewed from the hospital, so it's the other side of the extension, so the walkway would just be in here. This just shows, again, a green wall on this elevation as well. Now, this is the elevation from Parsonage Lane, so as you come under the archway, this is the apse on the chapel, when this is set behind. This will be a green area as well, and this is the neighbouring building, so you can see the comparative heights between the buildings. Finally, these are the elevations facing Union Street here and the Parsonage Lane, so there'll just be some demolition of the roof, more modern roof features here. So moving on to the proposed plans, so obviously the change of uses for a hospital will include ancillary features, including restaurant and a spa. So the pinky red colour is the spa facilities, the blue are the bedrooms, the green is kind of back of house space, and yellow circulation space, and then this is kind of public accessible space, which is the restaurant. Again, just the same colours on this, the public accessible restaurant and the juice bar areas, etc., to the front, which will allow for an active frontage to Upper Borough walls. And the spa at the entrance off Upper Borough walls, which will be reopened. And again, obviously the hotel and bedrooms in here. And this is the extension, which will have the plant area, etc., at ground floor and some bedrooms as well. And there'll be some bedrooms in the lodge. Again, just whizzing through these floor plans. So this is the mezzanine level, and again, the bedrooms in the extension. This is the meeting room in the east wing, which is being kept open to retain the characteristics of an open ward. And this is just the upper levels, which again, primarily is mainly bedrooms. So the main difference internally between the refused application and the current application is the insertion of a new staircase within the kind of area of the chapel. So this just shows those details. This is just to allow an extra staircase to the lower floor. So this slide illustrates the differences between the refused application and the proposed application. So the blue was the refused application, and this is the proposed application, obviously in grey. So this part of the building has been cut away to reduce the mass, and it has been set slightly further back from the occupier as well. And as well as that, the previous application, the glazed link, was the full height, and at the moment, in this current application, it's just the upper level here. This also shows you the distances between the neighbouring property and the extension currently, which says 22.1 metres there and 18.6 metres. This, again, is just differences between the proposed and the refused. So this was a previously refused block plan, and this is the current plan. So this part here is the cut back bit, so that is built form there, but it has been set further back, and you can see the roof form has been reduced as well. This is the proposed landscaping scheme. So there'll be a number of trees, where there'll be 2 trees removed, and these 2 trees are retained, and then there'll be 6 replacement trees, including this large tree in this corner here. This is another landscaping plan. So this kind of orange hatched area will be a green roof on the main building, and these are the green areas on the extension. And these 3 elevations show the different areas of green walls on the different elevations of the extension. These are just quickly the areas which will have supervised public access. One critical issue is that there's still public access to the building, and that will be secured within the historical interpretation strategy. But on day-to-day workings of the building, public will be allowed into these areas. So this is the kind of cafe or juice bar at the front, and the restaurant area. So this is the ground floor, and then the meeting room at the first floor. And then this is, the basements are going down now, so the basement levels where there'll be the spa areas. There's also the mosaic, which is on that level as well, which will be accessible to the public. These are just some sections which I thought were just quite useful. This just shows the relationship between the neighbouring boundary and the extensions. As you can see, the mansard roof cuts down, and then you have the boundary wall. Members, I think, have stood both sides of this wall, so they'll be familiar with that context. So now just looking at some photographs. So this is the entrance of the east wing. So this entrance will be opened up to allow access to the spa facilities. This is the current garden, which a small proportion will be built on. This is just the view down to Parsonage Lane. So the extension will just be set behind here. This is the view from Bridewell Lane. These are just some photographs inside. This is just to show the importance of the historical wards, but also just to show how the hospital has been altered in many ways over the years. So it's lost a lot of its historical significance in terms of the actual fabric of the building. Just a couple more pictures of the wards. This is when the hospital was in use previously when we did site visits. These are just some photographs inside the chapel. This is the apse which we've referenced, and then the rear of the the west wing, and the balcony area, which will be left exposed. These are just some photographs which I think help showing the relationship again between the building and the neighbouring properties. So this is the neighbouring residential properties here, which have obviously objected to the application, and their courtyard, and then this is the car park and garden area. This is just a visual of the development in place. These are some photographs taken from the neighbouring building. So just this photograph here, I'll just whiz back. It is taken from kind of this property just in that little corner there. So that's taken from there. And this is the other side far side of that part of the courtyard. You can see the turret behind. These are some more photographs. This is taken from the rear of Parsonage, one of the properties at Parsonage Lane, looking back towards the hospital. This is taken from one of the windows, looking back, one of the habitable windows. And again, this is one of the upper floor habitable windows. These are some photographs. So you'll see from the committee report, one of the public benefits is that the applicant will contribute to improving the public realm, and will both on Parsonage Lane and Upper Borough Walls. So this is just to show you really the current state of the lane and the benefits potentially attributed to those improvements. This is just a photograph of the mosaic within the lodge building. So as part of the application process, this will be, part of the permission. If granted, this would be restored and relocated to an accessible location. Currently, this is in the lodge, so it's not really accessible to anybody at the moment. Now, just moving on to some visuals. So this is the hospital itself. So this is the improvements or works to the roof and the green roof, and this is the extension set behind, again with Parsonage Lane properties behind. So just some more visuals here. So this is looking in from, well, above from Parsonage Lane. You show the link and the Mansard roof and the element that faces Parsonage Lane. This is looking down Bridewell Lane. This is looking into the site from Parsonage Lane. This was one of the proposed locations for the mosaic, but further information is needed just to make sure that it's structurally sound to kind of hold the mosaic there. This is the link to the West Wing. This is looking down, just looking at some potential public realm improvements and the impact of those and the extension and the neighbouring building behind. Again, this is just looking down a bit further up from Parsonage Lane, some different views down. And again, up the Parsonage Lane. And then this is just looking across the extension within the garden area. So that's all the slides. This application is recommended for approval, both the list of building consent and the planning application subject to conditions. The planning permission is subject to Section 1 agreement to secure a number of planning obligations, including the historical interpretation strategy, public realm improvements, and financial contributions towards CCTV in the area. Just to note, we have obviously had a large number of third-party objections. There's been legal representations which have raised concerns that any harm to listed building would be illegal. This is not the case. Any harm to a designated heritage asset must be given significant weight, but weighed against any public benefit. What a public benefit is a matter for the decision maker. However, national guidance is clear that this can include heritage benefits as well as wider benefits. Members are reminded of the statutory duty that when weighing up the public benefits versus harm to heritage assets, to give great weight to the conservation of the heritage assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. Now we have several speakers. I won't list them all because I think they may go in slightly different order, but because we have so many speakers, I have awarded each side 12 minutes. So if the first two speakers against would like to come up to the front, Marie will time the overall 12 minutes and will stop the clock while you are changing seats. So, but the speakers will have to ensure that they keep within their times, otherwise the last person to speak will be cut off before the end. Yeah, if you're ready to start. Carry on.
Okay. The draft Bath City Centre character appraisal identifies a number of private gardens, including the whole of the area to the south of the Minns West Wing, as important points of green undeveloped space in the urban landscape that, quote, needs to be preserved. No other element of the character area is described in the appraisal as important or given this level of protection. The appraisal attaches a high level of significance to the principle of preserving the undeveloped open space to the south of the West Wing. In their response, the Council's Conservation Officer accepts that the hospital garden has made a positive contribution to the Minns setting, but maintains that this contribution is no longer important because part of the original garden area has been turned into a car park. So, they argue, mistakenly, the development of this area is not considered to be unduly harmful to the listed building. However, when the appraisal was written in 2015, the area was in essentially the same condition as it is currently, including the car park. The entire area to the south of the West Wing was described then as significant and important and assessed as needing to be preserved, notwithstanding the presence of the car park. That careful assessment was unequivocal in its conclusions. Inexplicably, the Conservation Officer has chosen to disregard it, but the presence of the car park is insufficient reason to set aside the appraisal's finding that the area has high significance, is important, and needs to be preserved. National Planning Policy Framework 207 states, loss of a building or other element which makes a positive contribution to the significance of the conservation area or World Heritage Site, should be treated as either substantial harm under paragraph 201 or less than substantial harm under paragraph 202 as appropriate. taking into account the relative significance of the element affected and its contribution to the significance of the conservation area or World Heritage Site as a whole. Any development of the open area to the south of the Minns West Wing and the loss of this green, undeveloped space should, because of its high significance, be seen as doing substantial harm to the Mineral Hospital, its setting, and the conservation area. The assessment in the case officer's report of less than substantial harm is accordingly unsafe.
So, second speaker, if you'd like to speak, put your microphone on. Start when you're ready.
As democratically accountable decision makers, you must refuse this application. The billionaire company Fragrance Group is known for using the leverage of cash purchases to catch authorities napping on development guidelines to the point of embarrassment.
Sorry, just I wonder whether you could just stick to planning issues. I don't want to stifle what you want to say, but assertions about the company itself are probably not material for this debate. Thank you.
The case officer, Tessa Hampden, has not hidden the fact that financial considerations have influenced this case. In her report, Ms. Hampden states, whilst the evidence indicates that there is no need for additional hotel accommodation, it is not for the planning system in this context to intervene in the operation of the market. This is a truly astonishing claim. It is precisely the role of the planners to regulate the operation of the market in regard to planning decisions. It is this, in fact, that is their only role. The planners are supposed to make democratic decisions that benefit the members of our community. In this case, their job is to preserve the character of our beautiful city. Planners are the here today, gone tomorrow custodians and trustees of our city. Our heritage assets are not cash cows for when the council's money is tight. Why do the council and this applicant seem to be working so closely together, often behind closed doors and always reaching the same conclusions? In her report...
Sorry, can I stop you again? Please, can you not make assertions of this kind when you're speaking? Please speak to the application that we've got in front of us. Thank you.
It is noted that optimum value use is not simply the most profitable one. This is another shocking statement. The council should not be looking at the optimum use in terms of profit at all. The planners should be looking at the preservation of the building, whereas the applicant's motives are always about profit. Have the perceived interests of the applicant and the council merged, and if so, why and how? What does it mean for the past and future decisions on heritage assets here that are the basis of our World Heritage status? Has the decision-making process regarding the heritage assets and wealthy developers been institutionally corrupted? On the afternoon of the 12th of July...
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you again. Sorry, I'd like to take some legal officer's advice on this. I'm not comfortable with what's being said here.
Chair, I suggest having heard... Chair, it's okay, I think, to continue for the moment.
Okay.
But Chair, I should warn you, you do have the power to issue a warning if you do consider it appropriate.
And I am issuing that warning. Please, can you stick to the facts, not any assertions that you might think about anything? Thank you.
Right. On the afternoon of July the 12th, I spoke with Ms. Hampden. When asked, she stated that the simple householder appeal track was chosen instead of a public inquiry to save the council money. Why is the council putting a scheduled monument at risk with a less rigorous appeal process? Is the given reason of saving money not tantamount to an admission of negligence and further evidence of a process that isn't working well? Please refuse this appalling application without further delay. If this case went to judicial review, any suggestion of impropriety or conflict of interest would reflect badly on this council. Do you want to be associated with an unlawful decision? Do you want to risk being associated with a process? Thank you.
Could we have the next speakers up, please? Tessa, I'm sorry if any of that offended you. So when the speaker's ready, if you'd like to turn on your microphone, can you make sure your mouth is close to the microphone when you speak? You just press the button on the front.
Please refuse this application. The Council makes the case in support of this application by raising the spectre of disrepair. The risk of disrepair is not a legal argument. Neither is it a realistic threat in the centre of Bath. If the applicant cannot develop the building profitably in accordance with the law, they will simply sell on to someone who can. Imagine you owned a listed building in the town centre and you wanted UPVC windows to save money and cited market forces, or said that if you were not allowed, the house would fall into disrepair. And now imagine the short shrift you would get from the council. We are talking about a scheduled ancient monument in the heart of a World Heritage Site. Harm to the asset cannot be reversed. Previous harm strengthens, not diminishes, the requirement to protect what is left. If the min can be harmed on the basis of the flimsy reasons put forward by the planning officer, no heritage asset is safe from market forces. A loss of World Heritage status would be an incalculable loss to the tourist sector and all of those that love and want to protect the character of our city. The developer has threatened to appeal the first refused case and add in the second if refused too. This looks like a tactic to put pressure on you as decision makers here today with the menace of a costs award. If the original case had sufficient merit, why wasn't the appeal submitted straight away? Why have both the council and the applicant agreed that this case is suitable to be fast-tracked as an ordinary householder appeal? It is clear that whenever there is complexity and/or a degree of public interest, the case must go to a hearing at least, or to a full public inquiry. There are almost 500 local people who have objected officially to this proposal, and over 650 people have signed our open letter to date and are still signing now. They deserve a public inquiry into this whole murky situation. Ms. Hampton, in her report, claimed that this proposal is securing the Min's optimal viable use in support of its long-term conservation. This claim is misleading in the extreme. The hotel is not the optimum viable use. A museum available to all would be an example of an optimum use. It would attract tourists, preserve the green space, and be an asset to locals and visitors alike. The proposal before you is far from optimal. It is in fact a terrible loss. It would mean the scheduled ancient monument gifted to the people of Bath is being lost to the private sector and overdeveloped. The development would destroy the quality of life of neighbouring residents and not be accessible to the general public, except for a few token days a year. Please take a principled stand against this and in support of suffering local residents.
You'd like to press your microphone and start when you're ready.
You are respectfully asked to refuse this application. The future of the beloved Min is in your hands. Inexplicably, there has been no public scrutiny regarding the legality of the proposals put forward by this controversial property developer. The Min is an irreplaceable building gifted to the people of Bath. The public have never been allowed to see or hear the legal advice that the council say they have, despite the requirement for planning documents and correspondence to be published for all to see. The primary duty, according to case law and statutory law, of planning professionals and decision makers for listed buildings is to protect the building from harm. Ms Hampton in her report stated, whilst less than substantial harm has been identified to the heritage assets, there is considered to be clear and convincing justification of public benefits to outweigh this harm. The planners have fallen into the very trap that the Court of Appeal counselled against. The cases are clear that even renewable energy or public housing did not outweigh the duty to do no harm to the asset. Ms Hampton is saying great weight has been given to preservation without giving any evidence. She writes, public benefits may include heritage benefits. Yes, certainly.
Thank you. I agree with you, Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you. The case officer is saying great weight has been given to preservation without giving any evidence. She writes public benefits may include heritage benefits such as reducing or removing risks to a heritage asset. How can causing deliberate harm to an asset be seen to be reducing or removing risk of harm to that same asset? Allowing this development will be deliberately sanctioning of not just risk but actual harm. It is like saying, I am justified in pushing a man into the sea because I am removing the risk of him drowning if the boat sinks. It is replacing a theoretical risk of harm with a definite infliction of harm. If this argument was a sound one, no listed building would ever be protected from harm under the law. Developers would always be able to say that their harm might have the public benefit of preventing another more serious and entirely theoretical future harm. This is a complete nonsense and a clear, actionable legal error. There are no significant public benefits to this proposal. The benefits are private and commercial. The wrong decision here could set a very dangerous precedent for heritage assets. Please understand that if the error is not averted, the decision will be challenged in judicial review as an error in law. The reasons for the first refusal have not altered. The new application is not substantively different from the last. And there are so many reasons to refuse this development. If you have felt under any pressure to allow this application, then you must ask yourselves why. Is it ethical to put pressure on decision makers, or should they be free to decide according to planning rules and the underlying law? Please refuse this case.
Thank you.
Can I just ask if Marie, I don't know where Marie is, if we have any extra time?
We've just got just 10 seconds, actually, so that's very little.
We have one more statement referring back.
You can use your 10 seconds, yeah.
Okay. It may be objected that the character appraisal we have referenced is only a draft and not legally binding. However, it is a very detailed and deeply considered piece of work that states categorically that the area...
I'm afraid you're out of time now. Can you stop?
Climate emergency, please.
Can you
Remember
stop?
your
Can you
pledges.
stop, please?
Yeah. Thank
Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I wonder if, for the sake of the record, we could have clarification for what actually we councillors already know, that no planning report on a planning application is the idiosyncratic product of one single officer, but rather it passes through a team, it goes to the head of the planning and so on, and therefore that's another reason why this assault on an individual officer is so unfair.
Yeah, that can go on the record. Thank you. I agree with you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Hansel. Sorry, I can't hear. I think you need to get that working. So, yeah, it's on now.
Right. Can I put on the record that in my view and my experience, there has been no pressure, extraordinary pressure put on this committee in the decision. That was an assertion made that pressure had been put on us. And can I just make it public that no pressure has been put on us? Thank you.
Yeah, that can also go on the record. And all of these things speak to the declaration I made at the beginning of this meeting, where such bullying of officers is not acceptable. So could we have the speakers switched over now so that people who are speaking for the application can come in? So now we have Mr. Murphy. Microphone is on, so whenever you're ready to start, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. The proposals before you today represent an important opportunity to secure the long-term viable future of this Grade 2 star listed building, create up to 120 new jobs, and deliver an investment of approximately £35 million into the local economy, supporting the city's post-COVID recovery. The principle of hotel development was considered acceptable in the determination of the 2020 refuse scheme and did not form part of the grounds for refusal. The Council's planning policy team have subsequently reconfirmed that the principle of hotel use is acceptable in terms of both local and national policy. As an established Bath practice with over 40 years' experience of working in the city, we were appointed last October to review and redesign the scheme, working alongside New Landscape Architects GLA, also based in the city. We have developed a number of schemes in this area, including the residential redevelopment of the former Bath Chronicle site immediately to the south of the Min. Since the refusal, working closely with the project team, we've sought to respond positively to the 3 reasons for refusal raised by members and made a number of key amendments to the proposals. Your officer's report confirms these reasons for refusal have been overcome. We have reduced the scale and bulk of the extension, improved the roofscape, and developed an architectural treatment using high-quality materials that better reflects the character, rhythm, and grain of the context. We have removed the glass atrium, ensuring the proposed extension better responds to the setting of the listed building. We have reduced the number of bedrooms and eliminated any risk of overlooking or loss of privacy. And whilst we recognise there will be a change in outlook for some, we have reduced the height of the building and designed the upper parts of the extension to step back from the southern boundary, providing an average distance of 22 metres from the adjacent facades. That's 6 metres wider than Milsom Street. In city centre development terms, this is generous. The proposed plans fully comply with BRE guidance, recognised as industry standard, and the technical report submitted confirms that neighbouring properties will experience no adverse effects in relation to access to daylight or overshadowing. We have carefully designed and located mechanical plant to ensure predicted plant noise levels will fall below existing background noise levels at all sensitive receptors. And we have made significant improvements to the biodiversity of the scheme, including opportunities for the greening of the building. In their consultation response, the Abbey Residents Association has acknowledged we have addressed these issues of residential amenity. All of these proposals are based on accurate laser surveys of the site and surroundings. We recognise, of course, that the Council has made a commitment to tackle both the climate and ecological emergencies. These proposals are sustainable and energy efficient, achieving a 39% reduction in total regulated CO2 emissions across the site, with 20% of this provided by renewable technology. Over 30 years, this will save over 9,400 tonnes of CO2. The Forestry Commission suggests this is the equivalent to planting over 30 hectares of mixed broadleaf woodland. During the determination period, the garden has been further redesigned and now offers an increased area of 51% of ground level planting over and above that existing. This is a 27% improvement on the scheme submitted initially. The proposed biodiverse green roof on the Min will provide an exemplar opportunity to create new green infrastructure in the city and is strongly supported by the Council's Ecology Officer. The green roofs will also assist in attenuating rainwater runoff, help reduce the urban heat island effect, and could inspire the creation of future green linkages as part of a citywide ecology matrix. The living walls will provide further greening and opportunities for habitat creation. Whilst this technology may be relatively new for Bath, it has been around for many years and is increasingly used to improve biodiversity and decarbonise town and city centres around the world. And whilst 2 trees will be removed, including an ash in decline, these will be replaced by 6 new trees on site, creating a more varied and longer lasting habitat. It should be noted that neither the Council's Ecology Officer nor the Tree Officer object to their removal and replacement. The 2 existing birch trees will be retained. Overall, a significant biodiversity net gain of up to 80% has been calculated by our ecologists using the DEFRA biodiversity metric developed by Natural England, far greater than the 10% government target. We also recognise that concerns have been raised by residents regarding the potential impacts of construction works. We've held initial discussions with contractors, including Emery's of Bath, who, alongside ourselves, are very experienced at working on city centre projects of this nature. We are confident the project can be delivered safely and competently under the considerate contractor scheme, and a detailed construction management plan will be provided going forward, subject to an appropriate planning condition. Nobody wishes to see the Min stand empty for years, falling slowly into decline, as the former King Edward School has done for over 25 years, encouraging the continuation of vandalism, antisocial behaviour and the substance abuse experienced recently on the site. These historic buildings are not only very large, they are also very complex, both in terms of interior layout and floor levels. Indeed, the existing floor area comprises over 71,000 square feet of accommodation. The restoration, repair and conversion of the Min will require a significant investment, an investment the applicant is willing to make to bring back into beneficial use this landmark building in the heart of our World Heritage Site. Conversion to a hotel will ensure managed public access to important parts of the building, including the 2 mosaics, the chapel, the new spa and the garden. A detailed historic interpretation strategy will also be implemented as part of the project to educate visitors in the history of the site. These proposals will facilitate the sensitive cleaning and repair of the historic facades, not only enhancing the buildings, but also their impact upon the wider conservation area. They will deliver off-site public realm improvements along Parsonage Lane, including the repair and resurfacing in Pennant Stone of the road surface and pavements. Other significant public benefits include targeted training and recruitment to promote local employment, financial contributions of over £100,000 to improve CCTV coverage and public safety in the local area, and an additional £250,000 to support the delivery of further public realm improvements along Upper Barrow Walls. This project has the potential to act as a catalyst in furthering the post-COVID regeneration of the city centre. It is an opportunity we should not miss to make a significant contribution to the economy of Bath, a city that has just been awarded its 2nd UNESCO World Heritage accolade as one of the great spas of Europe, and been listed as one of the world's greatest places to visit by Time magazine. These proposals have been positively received by the Council's policy and conservation officers, as well as Historic England and the Bath Preservation Trust. There are no technical reasons why this application should not be approved. Should consent be forthcoming, I can also confirm that the current appeal will be withdrawn. To conclude, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak and urge you to support your officers' considered and professional recommendation and to approve this application to secure the long-term future of this cherished heritage asset. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. We have no further speakers, so we can move to questions to the officer who would like to speak. Councillor Jackson.
It's just a small point, but when you're looking, you've got the, as I follow it, the facade that is on Upper Borough walls is not going to change significantly. But around the other side of the building, which was what concerned me on the previous application, we're going to lose what's being called the turret. Now, I actually think that makes the back look rather interesting because it breaks up the line. Is there a reason why the turret has got to go, and I believe the roof is going to be altered too?
I think it's just to really facilitate the extension. I mean, it's a 1990s addition, which currently which houses a staircase. So I think for the whole remodelling of the building, it didn't work for the architects. And given it's a 1990s addition, there was no reason for the conservation officers to object to its loss.
Of course, that's the hilarious thing. I had thought it was a 19th century addition. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm just on that same point. I just wanted some clarification on the policy for preservation. I seem to recall a few months ago we refused an application for Topping's bookshop because they wanted to paint over some lettering on a building in York Street, but it was refused because it was effectively damaging a historic. Yeah, on this one, we're allowing to remove an entire turret.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the turret is 1990, so it's not historic fabric, so it's not considered to be harmful to remove that part of the building. There is other elements that we have identified harm in terms of, for example, removing internal fabric to allow a staircase, but that harm has been given significant weight and balanced against the public benefit. So the NPPF requires you to assess whether it's less than substantial and substantial harm, and we've assessed that's concluded it's less than substantial harm. So the policy framework does allow for harm, but it has to be justified and against public benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Hello, thank you. Tessa, I've just got a few more questions just to tidy up some details. The chapel staircase, the new staircase, could you just explain to connect the basement and the chapel, and will it, I've seen there's some conditions on it, but is there no other way up, and is it, will it all fit in with the context in the chapel? I just wanted to ask about the public access, if you could talk about how limited that might be.
Sorry, can you repeat that, the first bit of that question, sorry?
So the first question was about the chapel staircase. Why is it needed, and will it fit in the, what are the restrictions on the design and everything, will it fit in? And then the other question I wanted about the public access to the gardens and is there any historic things other than the mosaic to see inside that's being moved? But will the public have access to look at any of the other historic elements of the building? And finally, the green areas to the balcony and the roof, I couldn't see any conditions about maintaining those and making, they're on the plans, but are there conditions that they will always be maintained for a certain period of time? So it's just wanting reassurance on those points, really.
Thank you. In terms of the chapel staircase, that's been introduced into this scheme because previously, you may remember there was the larger link, and the staircase on that application was kind of in that kind of atrium area. So they need, because it's the, they've now only got the smaller link and they're bringing this further towards the building, there's need to be a staircase internally to allow for that link. The Conservation Office has already had a look at it and has identified harm by virtue of loss of some historic fabric, but some of the tiles, etc., that are being removed from when they're removing that part of the floor will be reused to repair other parts of the chapel. So that's beneficial. So that's really the reason for that part. In terms of public access, so there'll be, if I go back to... So the main points of interest really are, apart from the actual building having been a hospital, and obviously it's really important historical context in that regard, is the mosaic. So one's currently in the basement, which we think it's probably in its original location, so that will stay, and the location will be enhanced and the public access will be improved there. The other one is in the mosaic, and there is a condition which requires further investigation as to exactly where it will go. They put forward 3 locations. Obviously, the other areas that the public will be able to visit, you know, which has historical interest, is the chapel here, the wards, which is important to understand the original use of the building as a hospital. So there'll be many areas that the public will still be able to visit. But when I say the public, obviously the users of the hotel will be able to visit that, as well as the garden. And the historic interpretation strategy requires the future owners of the hotel or management company of the hotel to allow public access on certain days throughout the year, or a set number of days, to kind of have guided tours, etc. The historic interpretation strategy also includes potential areas for interpretation boards, so areas that will be in certain corridors which will help the understanding of the hotel as well. The other area actually in the basement here, the basement one down here, was the original remnants of the theatre were there, and they'll be opened up and actually in the corridors, so that will give improved access as well to the public to those facilities. So if that answers that question. In terms of the green roofs, there should be a condition. I think it's one of the last conditions on the planning application, which requires a management and maintenance schedule for the green spaces and the green roofs. So it should be one of them. Try and get it up. One of the last conditions. Sorry, I've shut down my committee report, but I think it will be one of the last conditions on. There's definitely one on there anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crossley then, Councillor McPhee.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not sure whether I misunderstood the last speaker, but he was talking about a 39% reduction in the CO2, and he talked about 30 acres of broadleaf woodland. And I wasn't quite sure whether he meant that that was the equivalent of planting 30 hectares of broadleaf woodland, or whether he was planning as part of it to offer 30 of these. But when you look through the report, there's no mention to this 30 acres. So did I mishear him, and was he just saying that the 39% reduction was the equivalent of planting, or was that an offer that he was making?
I think it was the equivalent of planting, yes. There's no off-site biodiversity net gain.
There's no off-site?
No.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
I just refer to one of the speakers earlier who indicated that this is a scheduled monument.
Could you get a little bit closer to your mic, please?
I beg your pardon. One of the speakers against mentioned that it was a scheduled monument. Could you explain what implications there are, if any, for that?
Yeah, of course. The rear garden and car park form part of a wider scheduled monument. They will require scheduled monument consent to any works to that scheduled monument. That's monitored by Historic England. They'll need to apply to Historic England, which they have done, so that's in the process of being considered. Historic England had obviously worked closely with the planning authority during the process and with the applicants, and the building has been designed to take account of a scheduled nature monument. So the building itself is on a kind of a raft foundations. So that's the solution that was put forward to minimise the impact. So although, again, there is identified harm to the Scheduled Ancient Monument, the Historic England have noted that that's been minimised, and they've raised no objection to the application.
So we're certainly not doing anything illegal here.
No.
No.
Thank you. Turn your mic off, please, Councillor McPhee. Councillor Hughes first, then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification on the... I understand that there's currently an appeal on the previous application, and I note that the last speaker indicated that that appeal would be removed if this application was successful. Now, although still not ideal, the extension on this new application is certainly much better than the original application. So could that be a condition that the appeal is removed if this is accepted?
I don't think that would be a condition that we could include. I don't think it would be, in my view, necessary to make the development acceptable. This application needs to be judged on its own merit. So I think the agent has said that they will do that. We obviously can't confirm that's 100% certain because that's their decision to make. But no, we couldn't put that as a condition on the application. Just to clarify on the appeal as well, I think obviously the third parties have spoken in quite a lot of detail about the appeal. It's not a householder appeal, it is a written representation appeal. So they are two different forms of appeals. So with a householder appeal, there's no opportunity for the council to write a written statement. Obviously with a written representation, there is the opportunity. So just wanted to clarify that point as well.
Thank you, Tessa. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I've only gone through the application rather quickly. We do have a condition 6 on page 132 about the landscaping, but it doesn't include anything about who's going to maintain it after 5 years have elapsed, only the first 5 years. And I won't bore you with the applications which have come unstuck where there's been no arrangement for an ongoing scheme of maintenance after the first 5 years. So I would suggest that if we pass this, that gets clarified. But my main concern as a disabled person with limited mobility, I haven't quite managed to work out from these plans how a disabled person would be able to access the I nearly said hospital, the hotel. I wondered if you could explain that. I mean, walking up Bridewell path is quite a challenge, I have to say. So could you explain how disabled access would be given to the building, given that the front of the building is now being closed down for security reasons?
Yeah, of course. I mean, currently there is, as you said, a disabled space outside of the entrance, and that is in existence at the moment. Obviously, the city centre security project is live, and the outcome of that will determine whether there'll be access in the future. It's not really any different to any other building in the city centre, such as the theatre, etc. Will have those difficulties. I think the nearest drop-off at the moment, apart from outside the theatre, outside of the hospital, is probably that there's a bay at the bottom of Milsom Street. So that's probably the nearest, and you just walk through. Is it Old Bond Street, New Bond Street to the hospital? I don't know if Darren wants to add any more on the issues of accessibility.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to add that there are drop-off points which are being used at the moment on Terrace Walk. I've just had a look, and it's about 400 metres away, but there are drop-off points there for people who have a blue badge and also potentially for coaches. So that's in addition to the bay, which is at the bottom of Milsom Street.
Quickly just add as well, sorry, back to the earlier point on condition 26 on the planning application is green walls, roof management, and that deals with the planting and maintenance and long-term management of the walls. So if you are minded to approve, obviously see if you think that's sufficient.
Yes, Councillor Jackson.
Well, I had understood the question to relate to the garden area and the trees. I'm sorry, I didn't realise it was a question about the green walls, which the councillor had raised. But this is going to be 164 beds of a, I not quite sure how to put it politely, top end of the market type of price range. So it's likely, surely, that there will be more than one person with a disability carriage. I mean, do we have any sort of policy of proportionality? I seem to remember for another hotel in James Street West, we had 6 places assigned for the disabled, but I may misremember.
In terms of parking or accessible rooms, in terms of parking?
And I'm just thinking of somebody in my road who's got Parkinson's, and they have a special little adapted car thing, and you know, they can barely get across the pavement to get into the house. So I just wondered.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, in a way, a wider issue than just this application, because it does relate to the city centre security project, which is obviously ongoing at the moment. As I said, at the moment, there is the ability for drop-offs outside of the hospital, and if that changes, the hotel is aware of those potential changes. But at the moment, that there are the drop-offs. But yeah, I think it's a wider topic than this application, as it applies to the theatre and many other facilities within the city centre.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, just on that point, just to clarify, are we saying, I'm just wondering, is there access to this hotel or hospital via, are you saying it's via Milson Street? Because there have we got access via Milson Street now with the new restrictions?
The access to the bay at the bottom of Milson Street, Councillor, wouldn't be via Milson Street now. It would be as you come around Queen Square and Old King Street, then you come out along and you can join New Bond Street at the top where it meets Green Street. And on the west side there is a bay there, which is partly a street trader bay, but the remainder of the bay is available for drop-offs. But it wouldn't be via Milson Street, because Milson Street, I believe, is now, or access to Milson Street at the top end is controlled by ANPR cameras.
Sorry, so I'm just trying to understand the access, regardless of disability or not, to the building. If Milson Street isn't accessible, which would normally be the point that you would use to get to the front of the Min, is that right or not?
I think previously, when the hospital was open, the access was from Westgate Street around Saw Close. And obviously now the hospital is closed, I think that the relevant teams have taken the opportunity to change the public realm to remove cars from that part of the city. So at the moment, there is less access than there was when it was a hospital.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, less access or no access? I'm trying in my head, trying to figure how you get a vehicle to, with all the current restrictions, how do you get a vehicle to the Min? I'm not sure how you do that.
Certainly, Councillor, access to Upper Barrels at the moment is prohibitive of motor vehicles between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. all days. So between that times, if people do need access, there is, I believe, a call point where you can just turn up and call, and the control centre will decide whether you actually need access or not. But certainly access for motor vehicles in the loop, which includes Upper Borough Walls to the Min, is prohibited between 10 a.m. and 6 a.m. all days at the moment.
Including delivery vehicles?
I don't have access to the type of vehicle which is on the current whitelist, Councillor, which is the vehicles which are allowed access. But just to say, yeah, vehicle access is currently prohibited between 10 and 6.
Okay, any more questions? Councillor Jackson?
Well, I'm afraid I just haven't quite managed, although we did a site visit, to work out how they're going to be adequate deliveries, say laundry, food for the restaurant, and everything else. Or is that all going to be done in the wee small hours if the Milsom Street is closed between 10 and 6?
It will have to be done in the hours that's permitted. As I said, with any other hotel in the city centre, we'll have to apply those rules as well. So it's obviously the way the council's moving, and this hotel will form part of that.
So all deliveries to that loop are done before 10 in the morning. That's what the rule is. That's the way it works for all the properties and businesses within that loop because of the city centre security measures. And that is as it is now. I think I'm right in saying that, highways officer? Yeah. So nothing is changing around this, but all of the businesses have to get their deliveries done before 10 and after 6.
Well, considering, Chair, the debate we've had about the concrete mixers and the lorries being filled up, if one had a flat in the middle of the Milson Street area and you've got great big lorries coming in at 4 a.m. in the morning, well, you're back to ancient Rome because they had restrictions like that too.
Right, any more questions? Can we move to the debate then, please? And as ward councillor, I have a couple of sentences. So I spoke against this development last time it came before the committee. And whilst I appreciate that this will unavoidably have some impact on the residents living around the site, I believe the applicant has shown willing and worked with the officer since then to try and mitigate that impact. Whether they have done enough will be up to the committee to judge, and I look forward to listening to the debate on that. Thank you. Who would like to speak? Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I think I echo what you say there. I do think this application has tried to address the 3 areas that we've refused it from last time. The fact they've reduced the size and they've taken away the glass atrium, I think, is an asset. The access to the mosaics and so on continues to be included, and I think that is good. I appreciate that some of the neighbours are not happy about the closeness in their view of the extension, but I do believe that the applicants have tried their best to move it forward. The use of the green wall and living space, I think, is important. And so at the moment, I think I'm inclined to support the officer, but I look forward to hearing what others have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes and Councillor Crossley.
Thank you. I mean, firstly, I do support the principle of the hospital becoming a hotel. I think it's a viable way of protecting an asset. I still have reservations about the extension. I think filling in one of the few areas of open space left is a concern to me. I appreciate that they've gone some way to redevelop or to redesign the extension to make it less of an impact. I have concerns as to whether they've gone far enough with that redesign, and ideally I'd like to have seen that piece of land developed into something more open, so that you actually can view the Min from various angles. I think Parsonage Lane could become very overbearing with such a large structure in that last piece of open space. Having said that, I want to listen to the rest of the debate because as I say, I think that they've gone quite a way to try and alleviate some of the concerns of the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Crossley.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to put it on record that, in my opinion, Tessa Hamden is one of our finest planning officers, and I have been very upset with the personal abuse and criticism that come in against her. I'm fully aware that for every application, the only good outcome is one that you agree with personally. And therefore, you're always going to upset people with one way or the other on a decision, particularly a controversial one like this. But I just want to put on record that I think Tessa Hampton is one of our finest officers, and I have a great deal of respect for the diligence and the process that she goes through in evaluating one. And I was really upset to hear the implications that somehow there was malpractice going on here. That being said, I think what we've got in front of us is a very interesting application that has moved on quite considerably from the previous submission. I think the applicant and their advisors have listened carefully to what this committee said, or this previous committee said, and have addressed those issues. Certainly, it's always hard to address every single issue, particularly on a city centre one where everyone has got very strong views on every aspect of everything developing, particularly when you put that in the light of what's just happened to Liverpool, and contrast that with what's just happened to us, where we've got a second designation. And that has been the result of a large amount of work going on with a number of countries and with the World Heritage organisations. And they've been very impressed, in my view, with the way this city has addressed the issues of upgrading and modernisation, while at the same time respecting all aspects of its history. And I think this latest application is a fine example of that movement of developers listening to the historic arguments and developing something and considering how this fits and blends in with the future. The argument that somehow we should be not putting double glazing in is one that I've had with planners many times, and this committee, if it may or may not recall, that we gave permission several years ago to the St John's Foundation to upgrade all its old people's homes with slimline double glazing. And I would urge any of you to walk around that and tell me if you can spot any difference in visual appearance on the outside. You can't, is the basic answer, but on the inside it's made a tremendous difference to the occupants. And so we have to be able to embrace modern technologies that enhance and improve, because listed buildings have to live within the time frame that they are. If they just always refer back to when they were built, then people will stop living in them, because people have different aspirations, different expectations of what they want. Now, whether the hotel is the best outcome for this building or not is something that this committee decided previously, that the hotel was a perfectly acceptable outcome for it. And when people say, well, is this the company we want to work with? That's not a planning issue. I'll put it no stronger than that. I could refer you to the way Bath built up its wealth in the first place. But the company is a bona fide company. It's come forward with a good application, and in my view, I'm not moving anything at the moment, bearing in mind that Councillor Clark asked beforehand that he'd like to hear people's views before we actually had a motion. But in my view, this application responds to this previous committee's objections. It responds in an imaginative way, a thoughtful way, a constructive way, and in my view, this is an application that deserves to be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Councillor Hansel.
Thank you, Chair. I echo, like all of us, I think, the positive comments about the case officer. I think the report is extremely thorough, very detailed, and very helpful. I think some people in the general public misunderstand what our role is when they see the word planning. We're not a sort of decision-making body as you would have found in the Soviet Union, deciding what goes where. Our only responsibility is to see if an application is policy compliant. The last application that came forward for the Mineral Hospital, people who follow this will know that I did vote for it because although it's very marginal, I thought it was just about policy compliant. This iteration is an improvement again, and I will support the recommendation of the officer to permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee.
I remember very well the previous application. Someone had got into one of the rooms and taken a picture of what it was going to look like looking out through the window. And really on the basis of the massing, I voted against it. And I do feel that the new team that's been brought on board has really got to grips with the objections that we had, and I'm pleased to support it.
Thank you. Do we have any more to debate? Councillor Clark.
Am I on? I'm on now. First of all, I'd just like to congratulate the officer on pulling together, I thought, a very comprehensive paper with regard to this application. And I personally can't find any grounds to object to her recommendation. I do, however, obviously have a lot of sympathy with a lot of the comments that have been made with regard to our duty to look and protect our assets, particularly in the centre, but I'm not persuaded that there is anything that this current development is going to do to cause any substantial harm. So I will be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Any more for the debate? Councillor Hodge.
Yes, just quickly to say that, again, I voted against the previous application based on impact on residential amenity. I feel more confident about this revised application. And I just want to follow up on one minor point, the condition of the green walls and roof management. I think this is a positive, and I am slightly concerned that it just says they must be maintained. I mean, I'd like to see them maintained for a period of time. So I've gone through the condition. It doesn't, they could deteriorate in a year, and there doesn't seem to be anything to protect about that. So I wondered if we could add in if we go with the officer's recommendation, where we could just add a time period to that condition. But otherwise, I'm happy with the officer's recommendation.
Any more for the debate? Anybody ready to propose a motion? Councillor.
I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation, taking on board what Councillor Hodges said. If we delegate to permit, then if it's time to look at adding to that condition, that would be appropriate. Whereas if we tie our hands and just say permit, then but she could use that, I'm sure, to delegate to permit.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Crossley. So we have a motion which is to support, well, no, it's not, it's to support the permit, but delegate to permit. Sorry, Tessa, did you want to speak?
I'm sure you're going to do it, but just it's the list of building and the planning application, just...
Sorry, it's 2 votes, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I did ask Marie to do that as well. So, yeah, we have a delegate to permit. This is on the full application. Is that okay to delegate to permit to put a time scale on the condition to do the maintenance? So is that all clear? So I can put that to the vote. All those in favour?
That's 9, Chair.
And I'm an abstain. So do we have somebody to put a motion on the table for the LBA? Councillor Davis, would you like to do the same?
We'll do the same, yes.
Councillor Crossley? So all those in favour?
And that's 9.
And 1 abstention. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we'll just take 5 minutes there, if that's okay. Really 5 minutes, genuinely 5 minutes. So next on the agenda we have the MOD Storage and Distribution Centre at Pixash Lane, and Tessa, it's you again. If you could give us your presentation when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application relates to an allocated site located off Pixash Lane and Wales End Lane to the north of Keynsham. The application seeks planning permission for the redevelopment and consolidation of the existing depot and adjacent land to provide a public reuse and recycling centre, materials recovery facility, waste transfer station, vehicle fleet storage and maintenance, public MOT centre, parks and grounds maintenance storage, Baines Highway winter service and salt storage. Members will be aware that this application was withdrawn from last planning committee as members sought reassurances there will be no break in the provision of recycling facilities for Bath residents as a consequence of the proposed development. As outlined in the report, the Council has made significant progress in evaluating how these facilities for Bath residents will be provided. At the Council meeting on the 20th of July, the Council resolved to note the progress towards securing a new permanent waste and recycling site for Bath at Odd Down, as set out in the supplementary planning paper, and affirms its intention to provide a new interim facility in Bath, Western Riverside in advance of the final closure of Midland Road site. The transport assessment was based on a situation where the Bath facilities were re-provided at the application site. However, it is noted that in the case where there is no break in provision in Bath, the scenario modelled will not be a reality. So this is the existing application site, edged in red. The site is bound by the railway to the north, Wales End Lane to the south, open fields to the east, and Pixash Lane to the west. The site comprises, to the north quadrant here, the existing recycling centre for Keynsham, and the rest is open agricultural land. These buildings have been demolished under a prior notification application. The residential properties to the south of Wales End Lane, this includes a care home which is currently under construction, which members would have seen on the site visit, and further residential properties along Bath Road. So the site forms part of an allocated site under policy KE3 of the placemaking plan. This policy requires a master plan to be approved by the council. This master plan here shows that the application site with adjoining parcels of land, and it shows that the application site and the application proposals wouldn't compromise the remainder of the site coming forward. This is a general visual overview of the site. It shows the main buildings, including the materials recovery facility to the rear, and the public recycling centre and the offices to the front of the site, and the landscaping that will be in place on the boundaries of the site. This plan here just illustrates the split between the operation areas in pink and the public accessible areas here in yellow. So this is just a general layout of the site. So the larger building to the rear is the materials recycling facility and waste transfer station. This building here is the salt store and trade waste transfer station. This here is the offices and vehicle service station, and then to the south is the public recycling centre. So these are the elevations of the public recycling and reuse facility. The first is the north, which faces into the site, so away from Wales End Lane. And then this is the elevation that would face Wales End Lane. This is a split level building. You can see just the ramp coming up around here. These are just the east and west elevations of that building. These are the floor plans. Again, this is the upper level. Sorry, this is the lower level and the upper level of the the recycling facilities. So this is the north and the south elevation of the materials recycling building and the trade station. So this is the larger building to the rear of the site. And this is the proposed east and the proposed west elevation of that building. You can see here with the bund and the landscaping behind. These are proposed floor plans. So this is the ground floor plan, and then the upper level, which just has a small walkway around the perimeter of the building. These are the elevations of the office and the vehicle building in here. And these are just the floor plans of those buildings. This is the elevations of the salt store and trade waste transfer station. These are just some elevations, which is the elevations which show in contact with the trees when they reach maturity. So these are just some sections through the site. Section EE here, which cuts through the recycling building to the front of the site, with the abundant landscaping at Wales End Lane here, which is realigned and widened. The section FF here cuts through the other side of the site and again shows the widened Wales End Lane and the office building. These are some sections to the rear of the site. It just helpfully shows the bund and the landscaping to the rear. So this is the proposed tree removal plan, and retention plan. So the green will be the trees and hedges that are retained, and the red are those that are removed. There is a substantial landscape scheme as part of this application. So obviously the green here is the proposed landscaping on all boundaries. It's particularly important here on the north and the eastern boundary. These are the proposed highway works. So World End Lane will be widened to allow two-way traffic. The public will access from World End Lane to the recycling centre, and the operational vehicles will enter from Pixash Lane. There'll be a signage strategy in place to ensure that vehicles leave the site through the industrial estate and the Broadmead roundabout rather than from Pixash Lane. These are just some visuals of the building. So this is the split level recycling centre, the public recycling centre. And this is the office building. So these are taken from the landscape visual assessment. So in the landscape visual assessment, the landscape officer, the consultant for the project team, has assessed the impact after 1 year planting and then after 15 years. So this is the corner of Wales End Lane and Pixash Lane. So this will be the recycling centre after 1 year with planting, and this will be after 15 years here. The care home will just be on this corner. This is the view similarly from Pixash Lane, so the salt store part building in here. So this is after 1 year and after 15 years with the mature landscaping. So this is taken from the bridge, Pixash Bridge. So this is actually the baseline. So this is as is now, and this is then after 1 year and after 15 years. Similarly, this is the baseline when looking north towards the building, the main building at the rear. This is after 1 year and after 15 years. And just a couple more. This is the baseline, but actually this building has been demolished, so it's not the baseline anymore. But this is the view from Wales End Lane, and this is after 1 year and again after 15 years. Just a couple more, I think, and then this is taken from further away, and this is the baseline after 1 year and after 15 years. The site is just in here. And finally, this is just from Kelston View, Kelston Hill. This is the baseline, and this is just after 15 years, so you can know it's not really noticeable in either picture, really. So the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. So we have two speakers on this one against and one for. And we start with the against, which is Mr. Johnson. If you'd like to turn your microphone on and start when you're ready. If you could keep quite close to the microphone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking today, I'm the planning consultant to Hambley Development and Hambley Care Homes, who are the operator, developer and owner of the care home on the corner of Pixash Lane and Bath Road. As councillors will have seen from your site visit, construction of the home is well underway and is due for completion next year. When open, the home will provide care for vulnerable residents in need of 24-hour care, including residents funded or partly funded by the council. Many of the residents are over 80 years of age, and many have complex medical conditions, and this includes dementia, and anybody who's had personal experience with that knows that those people can be easily startled or confused by sudden changes in noise and smells. Our chief concern with this application has, of course, therefore been the welfare of our residents, but we've also wanted to make sure that the council, as both applicant and decision maker here, ensures that it has sufficient information to make an informed decision. Our four concerns: the first is that we were surprised actually not to be written to directly prior to submission of the application as per the council's own guidance. The officer has advised in the report that this was due to COVID, but it's not exactly clear how that's prevented the sending of a letter to Hamberley's publicly available post or email addresses. Secondly, in terms of access, the care home understandably relies on 24-hour access for ambulances and doctors, and this really can be a matter of life and death. We have concerns about Pixash Lane between World's End Lane and Bath Road being used for both access and egress, and this could affect the ability for patients or residents to receive urgent care. And in this respect, I know that the officers advise that reassurances have now been provided about facilities provision continuing in Bath. But it's unclear to us how this is being secured in the application. I think any developer would expect to be bound by such a requirement should the council be any different here. We've also asked for specific detail to be provided about the Highways Officer's signage strategy in the application. And I would also bring up the environmental permitting regime that the officer has referred to in managing air quality impacts and odour. Ordinarily, these would be handled by planning conditions, and we're aware of similar facilities where that has been the case. But there is limited detail in the officer's report about making sure that there are no impacts that fall between the cracks of possible planning conditions and the environmental permitting regime here. Finally, we note the officer's comments on landscape. We would request, if there's a possibility of the southern boundary being planted in advance, I think that would be a very small gesture, but would go a long way to, or would make a big difference to our vulnerable residents in terms of mitigating construction impacts and indeed operational impacts.
If you could bring your...
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
So if we can turn to our second speaker, it's Christopher May, please. If you turn on your microphone and speak close to the microphone when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. The planning application proposal before you is for a state-of-the-art recycling hub at Pixash Lane in Keynsham. It will replace 2 operational waste collection sites at Ashmead Road and Midland Road and includes a modern public recycling and reuse centre replacing the existing site at Pixash Lane. The application proposal has been informed by a process of pre-application engagement and community consultation. The provision of a consolidated waste depot in this location has been a long-held ambition of the Council. The need for the facility is acute and is driven by the following factors: an increase of the quality and quantity of recycling, respectively, particularly in respect of plastic packaging, shifts in demand for recycling for new materials and changing customer expectations, predicted future population increases in the district, and forthcoming legislations changes in the environmental bill. The new facility has been carefully designed. It will enhance safety by separating operational and domestic traffic. The internal access arrangement will also maximise efficiency and reduce queuing times and will not have a significant impact on the wider highway network, incorporating future transport planning and infrastructure objectives, including improved pedestrian access and designated cycle routes. The height and position of buildings have been carefully formulated so that loading and sorting of all other activities on the site are carefully carried out efficiently as possible while mitigating noise, odour and dust. The new facility will be a good neighbour and will be regulated by an environmental permit administered by the Environment Agency. This will ensure that the amenity of all neighbouring properties will be protected. The Council's recent reaffirmation of its public commitment to continuously provide household recycling facilities in Bath without interruption has now been presented and agreed at Cabinet level at last week's meeting. This will further reduce traffic flow to Pixash from previous worst-case modelling. In conclusion, we consider this as a groundbreaking proposal that will play an important part in addressing the Council's declared climate and ecological emergencies, the site providing regulated net zero carbon footprint, a positive 17% biodiversity net gain, including over 200 trees, 500 metres of perimeter hedgerows, while strengthening wildlife corridors and providing a high level of screening. The proposal will improve efficiency and provide modern staff welfare, and will be future-proofed to meet changes in demand and technology, new ways of working and consistency of service to residents. On the basis that the proposal is in full conformity with development plan policies and is not subject to any technical objections, we respectfully request that you support your officer's recommendation and grant planning permission for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. Could we move to questions to the officer now, please? Any questions? Councillor McPhee.
More for the highways than... last time we looked at this, I believe the cycle path was going to go along World's End and turn round and somehow then go down Pixash Lane. But it seems to be crossing the main entrance of the trucks that are coming in at that point. And I note in the document that you're talking in the long term, you have an aspiration to close the northern part of Pixash Lane. When we were there a couple of weeks ago, I noticed a lot of Bateman's lorries coming through there, down that bit of the road, and it's because they were too high to go through the tunnel at the next exit. So it seems to me there are still some issues around moving Bateman's trucks and cycling.
Thank you, Councillor. Certainly when we were there, we did see a number of trucks. I believe that there were unusual circumstances on the particular day of that visit, which meant that heavy goods vehicles were travelling both directions across the bridge. I don't believe that that is a regular occurrence, although I can't speak with any great experience. I've not spent a great deal of time there. But I am led to believe that there were extenuating circumstances on the day of the visit, which meant that a higher number than usual HGVs were using the railway bridge.
But the cycling also, because you're encouraging, I believe, a lot of the workers to come by bike. So you're going to need pretty good cycling path. Do you have any concerns there?
We've worked closely with the applicant's transport consultant, Councillor, to secure major improvements to both walking and cycling, including links into the walking and cycling facilities on the south side of Bath Road. That includes upgrading, or not upgrading, improving the crossings across Bath Road, the ones that exist. And then we've secured walking, cycling improvements from Bath Road up to the railway bridge, and also for Broads End Lane on the north side for the full extent of the application site. The view is that as the other sites that are served by Broads End Lane come forward, those pedestrian and cycling improvements will be enhanced and extended. So hopefully that will encourage staff to walk and cycle to the facility.
Okay, any more questions for the officer? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a commitment now to create a site at Odddown for drop-offs of waste to replace Midland Road and Ashmead Road. Could you confirm how many movements are there currently, waste drop-offs and to Midland Road and Ashmead Road? And will the Odddown sites be capable of handling all of those drop-offs?
I'm not sure there's an actual commitment to the Odddown site. I think there's a commitment to investigate that site, and as part of that investigation there'll be a TA to look at those movements. We don't have that information in front of us today. I don't know if Darren wants to add anything extra, but yeah, we don't have that information to make an informed decision about the Odddown site today.
Okay, because that obviously the two are intertwined, and this option for Odddown, I mean, it could, as I said before, the devil's in the detail. It could be a skip in the corner of a car park, or it could be a facility capable of people dropping off their waste and it being managed and moved to Pickash Lane in an environmentally friendly way. I guess what I'm trying to get to on this is, overall, with the vehicle movements, etc., are we moving closer or further away from our zero carbon targets?
In terms of the TA, we've had a look at that, and we're satisfied, as we previously discussed, in terms of the movements to the site. I think it's important to note that a lot of those vehicles, or all those vehicles, are on the highway network anyway. It's just where they're going. And in some cases, the movements will be being reduced because there is a consolidated depot, so they're not moving to one to the other. But yeah, at the moment, based on the TA, if the facilities weren't in Old Down, there would be more coming to Keynsham. But as said in my report, that there is now that commitment for the council to provide that facility. But no, I don't have that detail of the movement, so I can't give you those figures.
So, and you don't have any figures on whether it moves us closer to our zero carbon target or moves us further away from it? Has that exercise been done?
Not as far as I'm aware, I don't have that detail.
Councillor Clark.
Am I on? Yep. Just with regard to this morning, we spent a lot of time talking about the noise level coming from another development in Keynsham. I wonder if the officer's got any, could give us an indication on how we are going to manage any potential noise and smells coming from the site, particularly with regard to other residents in the area, but obviously including the nursing home.
Of course, that's a really important issue. The application site and the development would be subject to an environmental permit from the Environment Agency, so they would control those measures. It's important that any planning conditions don't repeat other legislation and add additional kind of burdens. So I'm comfortable that we've obviously seen the noise surveys and the odour surveys, and they've been assessed by environmental health officers and by environmental monitoring officers who haven't raised objections. But ultimately, before they operate, the applicant operates, they'll need to have an environmental permit, and the Environment Agency will be the people who enforce those conditions and monitor those conditions going forward.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Jackson.
Well, it's an are you aware question. Are you aware that in the Joint Spatial Waste Plan of, I think it was 2014, but it might have been just a bit earlier, the council did make on a West of England basis commitment to the Odd Down site that was the subject of prolonged enforcement that ran for about 10 years and went to the European Court of Human Rights and you name it. And as I understand it, and I wondered if you had picked this up, the owner of this land is actually expecting the council to turn his private site into a public resource. And secondly, can you give us any indication of whether this facility will impact on the increasing fly tipping problem in the area?
So in terms of your first question, I've not had discussions with the owner of the Bath site. I'm aware of obviously this joint spatial, the waste strategy, and I've read that, but as I said, this application has been assessed on its own merits, so I've not looked into the Odd Down site in any detail because it was acceptable on its own rights effectively. In terms of increase in fly tipping, I can't advise whether it would or not. I would personally think it'd probably decrease it if there's better facilities for residents to use, a much better and bigger facility. I would think people are much more likely to go there than before.
Okay, any more questions? No? So I'll open for the debate. I'm going to start with the ward councillor, which is Councillor McPhee, and then follow with Councillor Hounsell, who is the directly adjoining ward of Salford.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I must commend the council for is that they have been very good in keeping ward councillors updated on developments. So, in fact, we have received a lot of this information before and digested it. And given the Cabinet commitment to provide another site in Bath before Midland Road closes, I must say that I support the proposal and look forward to an exciting new era in recycling.
Thank you, Councillor McPhee. Councillor Hounsell. You turn your mic off, please, Councillor McPhee.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a superb state-of-the-art waste and recycling facility, and the expanded site, 4 times the area of the existing facility, will provide local residents and traders with improved waste and recycling facilities accessed from the upgraded World's End Lane. The new site has enhanced biodiversity, will provide for greater efficiency, lower fleet mileage and carbon reduction, additional tree planting, renewable solar energy installations on the buildings, and so on. Because my ward is Salford, well, the residents will obviously welcome having improved facilities so close. There are understandable concerns about any traffic implications. So if I can just take a couple of minutes just to address those. The recycling green waste fleet is currently based in cramped accommodation in nearby Ashmead Road. So moving this fleet to the new base will have no effect on lorry movements at all. Indeed, there will be a benefit because the recycling lorries currently have to refuel at the garage pumps on the A4 between Salford and Pixash Lane, and this will no longer happen as the lorries will refuel on site. The Blackbin waste fleet will be based at the new Pixash, the expanded Pixash site. This fleet is currently based in Midland Road, Bath, and instead of some of these lorries travelling from Midland Road through Salford and then returning, it will simply be the reverse. The Blackbin lorries go out early in the day and return after lunchtime and will not get caught in rush hour peak traffic. The consolidated Blackbin waste will no longer set off from Midland Road, but from Pixash heading to Avonmouth. So those large articulated lorry journeys will no longer pass through Salford. The only additional lorry movements will be the lorries bringing some of the consolidated recycling waste from Bath to Pixash. The remaining concern, which was a big concern, was the possibility of Bath residents bringing their recycling to Pixash Lane. So I'm absolutely delighted with the addendum paper that's been added to the transport papers associated with this planning application. And it makes it absolutely clear that there will be no break in facility provision for Bath residents as a result of the proposed new waste depot at Pixash Lane. Under section 3.3, some numbers are given. What's important is the conclusion really in 3.4, that traffic flows to and from the new Pixash site will be little different from those associated with the current Pixash Lane site. So I would like to commend all the councillors and all the officers who've been involved in bringing this to a very, very satisfactory conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hounsell. Councillor Bromley.
Is that on? Yeah, hi. Thank you, Chair. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, I would like to support Councillor Hounsell in his comments. And two things, especially, I think, are very striking about this development. I think the Education Centre is a very encouraging addition for school visits, so it will educate young children in the benefits of recycling, which I think seeing it sort of on site will be such a benefit, really. And also I think the booking system is very encouraging, because I think, I know it's only for peak hours, but I think again, it will go some way towards mitigating some of the traffic problems possibly on the A4. So I would certainly support the scheme, yeah.
Thank you. Any more for the debate? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So, I mean, first of all, the application itself for a state-of-the-art site, I think, is a very positive move, so I'll be supporting it. I'm still concerned about the mitigation for the closure of Midland Road and Ashmead Road. It would have been, ideally, I'd like to have seen some detail on the alternatives rather than this commitment to explore rather than an actual commitment. So I am very concerned about the mitigation, but I will be supporting this. I hope that we can also perhaps consider the request from the nursing home, the condition to add the planting before any building works commence. Thank you.
Any more for the debate? Sorry, Councillor Hort.
Yes, I just wanted to agree with everything that's been said before, and also Councillor Hughes' comments about, I think we should do something for the nursing home, and I would like to see if we can strengthen that condition and ask for the southern boundary to be if that's possible within a condition, to be taken forward as early on in the proposals.
Thank you. Would Tessa or Chris like to comment on that condition? Is that acceptable?
I think the condition currently says preoccupation of any part of the site or it being brought into operation. I'd only be slightly nervous about saying pre-commencement or before commencement, just because obviously any construction activities may have an impact upon any trees that are planted, especially if they're quite vulnerable and young. So I would be nervous about doing it before any construction work starts, but that's just my professional view.
So what other way can we try and express this, that we would like to try and have the planting done as soon as possible in order to protect the care home?
I mean, the condition currently says pre-operation, so that would be before the noisy activities are brought into kind of place. I appreciate that, the earlier they're planted, the more quicker they become mature trees and offer that protection that the care home's looking for. But what I wouldn't want is them to go in and die fairly quickly because they've been impacted upon by construction activities. I mean, obviously, there can be tree protection plans, but it does seem a bit more tricky if they're planted during construction.
I understand. Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, I just have one more issue. I have an office next to the recycling plant site in Midsummer Norton, and the biggest problem our residents have that are close by is seagulls nesting close to the site. I hope perhaps we can also look at that in the control methods that we could use for this.
Tessa, well, I think most of the buildings are enclosed, aren't they? But would you like to just comment on that?
Yeah, most of the buildings are enclosed. We could add a condition about a gull management plan. I'm not sure how it would be controlled. I'm not an expert on gulls, but I don't think it's unreasonable if that's something you want to include. I don't know if Chris has got any extra comments on that.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think committee could impose such a condition if it chose to. I think the environmental permit from the Environment Agency would deal with pests and the control of pests. So there's likely to be some overlap there. But I think if it's something committee felt particularly strongly about, we could impose some form of condition to deal with gulls.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
I was going to say, do we just say delegate to permit to allow the officers to speak, see if we get something, and the same with the trees on the south. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but if you use the word delegate to permit, again, it just allows them that chance to chat about it and see if there's an option that pursues what we want.
Excellent idea. And on that note, if no one else has got anything to contribute to the debate, would somebody like to move? Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
I move that we support the motion along the lines proposed by the officer and delegate to permit.
Yeah. So do we have a seconder for delegate to permit? Councillor Hounsell. Yeah. Lovely. Thank you very much. So the motion we have before us is to support the permit, but on a delegate to permit, so we can look at the earliest possible planting of the trees on the boundary of the care home and ensure that there's gull management plan as part of the, I forget what the name of the plan, operational plan in the application as well. Is that all clear? Okay, so all those in favour?
That's unanimous, Chair, so that's carried.
Thank you. I know we had a 5-minute break, but I had intended, before we launch into Waterworks Cottage, to have a long enough break for people to get a hot drink, because there's nowhere to get one in here. So if everybody's happy to do that now.
The site is located along Chalcombe Way within the built-up area of Bath in the city boundary, within the Lambridge ward. Just by way of background, the initial application involved the demolition of the existing cottage on site. The scheme has now been amended so that the cottage is retained and extended. So the site is shown edged in red on the location plan and marked with the red dot on the aerial plan. Chalcombe Way bounds the plot to the west. A small unadopted track that provides access for the existing dwelling and Chalcombe pumping station runs along the north of the site. The Greenbelt and ANOB are beyond this. The site is not within a conservation area, but is within the World Heritage Site. The nearest bus stop is located 120 metres away. So this slide shows the existing site plan. It does have the contours on. As I said before, it's a little difficult to read, but members will recognise this from the site visit. So this slide shows the proposed site plan. The cottage is to be extended by a single-storey extension to the east. Proposed plot 2 is located in the top corner and proposed plot 3 in the bottom corner. So here are the existing elevations of the cottage, which has been deemed a non-designated heritage asset due to its historic and architectural significance, as set out in the officer's report. The cottage has had alterations over the years, including a new roof and lean-to extensions. These are the proposed elevations. Top left is the east elevation, where you can see the single-storey extension with pitched roof will be sited. Bottom left is the west elevation, which is the street scene. The dwelling is built into the slope, so only the top of the roof is visible from the street. You can see the proposed parking area of the dwelling set to the side. And to the right are the two side elevations. The proposed extension will be joined to the existing dwelling using a glazed link. Next, the proposed floor plans showing the single-storey extension. The glazed link will have the entrance and a main extension. The main extension will accommodate living space. Then we have the proposed roof plan. Next, the elevations for plot 2. The existing cottage has also been shown for context with the extension. The drawings do have a lot of annotations. They refer to materials which I can clarify at any point. Plot 2 is to be of a contemporary design with a flat roof built into the slope across 3 levels. It will be set just down from the height of the cottage, constructed of natural materials in the main. The top shows the east elevation and the bottom shows the west street scene elevation. And then here we have the side elevations of plot 2. You can see how it's cut into the slope. Onto the proposed floor plans for plot 2. The dashed line shows the plot boundary with the cottage shown at the bottom of the drawing for context. So this is the basement floor to the left and the lower ground floor to the right. Then we have the upper ground floor. The dwelling will be 4-bed. Next, the proposed elevations of plot 3. The south elevation is top left and the north elevation is top right. This is the elevation that faces towards the unadopted access lane. The bottom left and right are the west and east elevations, respectively. Onto the proposed floor plans. Plot 3 is 2-storey. To the left is the ground floor plan, and to the right is the first floor plan. Again, this is a 4-bed dwelling. Next, we have the sections. The top section is taken across the length of the plot. The top are the dwellings of 9 and 10 Chalcombe Way. Then we have the cottage without the extension shown. Plot 2 in the background, and plot 3 at the bottom of the site. The bottom section is taken across the width of the site. Again, 9 and 10 Chalcombe Way shown in the background. You can see the parking and plot 2 in the foreground, parking for the cottage. So next is a setting out plan, which shows a bit more detail of the landscaping, including trees and the red hatched areas of ecological enhancement. Members asked at the previous committee about the local amphibian population. To clarify, the site itself does not have an ecological designation. An important breeding pond for amphibians, including frogs, toads and newts, but not great-crested newts, is located around 300 metres north of the site, shown centrally on this slide. From January to March each year, the amphibians migrate from the west to the pond to breed. From March onwards, they journey away from the pond to forage. Frogs can travel up to 500 metres. This is shown by the red circle. Toads can travel further. The amphibians may travel through and forage around the application site. You can see it marked by the red dot within the red circle. As such, mitigation and enhancement has been proposed through the ecological mitigation and enhancement plan submitted with the application, and this has been conditioned. Additionally, I was asked by members to clarify that the application site comprises a dwelling and its private garden, and as such, it benefits from permitted development rights that mean it could be altered in ways that include hard boundary treatments and hard standing outside of the control of the council. This slide shows the swept path analysis of each driveway and the unadopted access lane. Additionally, members did ask about the location of bus stops, and this map shows these around the site, marked by the grey squares, the closest one being here. So onto some photos. This slide shows the existing cottage taken from various angles. You can see it set into the slope. Next, some photos with neighbouring properties for context. The top left has Coombe House in the background. Here I'm stood in the garden looking back up at Coombe House. This is the garden just next to Chalcombe Way and the properties of 9 and 10 Chalcombe Way up here. And then looking down the access track towards the Wessex Water site. Some further photos, again taken from up on the road, looking across the roof of the existing cottage, looking across the garden, between the cottage and the neighbour, looking across the fields. This is the top of the access road in Chalcombe Way, and another view in the garden looking towards Fairfield Park Road. Just some internal photos for context. And finally, some photos taken from the Landscape Visual Impact Assessment. The top left is taken from Collier's Lane, looking back towards the city and the site, which is located by the Black Line. Middle top is again taken from Collier's Lane, but at the start of the public footpath. The bottom left is the view from Salisbury Hill. The middle bottom is the view from the footpath running north between Chalcombe Lane and Lark Hall. And the absolute left photo is a photo I took from the footpath within the adjacent field, looking directly at the plot, which is located behind the mature vegetation. So to conclude, the proposal is recommended for permission for the reasons set out in the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. So we have 3 speakers. I will be reading one of them out. So we have 1 for and 1 against. So I'd like to come up to the front. So firstly we have Nicholas Burgess. If you'd like to switch your microphone on and try and speak as close to the microphone as you can, please. And start whenever you're ready.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I trust that the committee now appreciate our concerns regarding access to the site along a narrow cul-de-sac. We have grave concerns for the safety of the road and damage to its surface. The prospect of 2 years of construction traffic along Chalcombe Way is appalling, to say the least. Every resident at the 25 properties is going to be adversely affected. Incidentally, references to Chalcombe Lane in the committee report are assumed to be typos, as this project has nothing to do with Chalcombe Lane. There is no vehicular access to Chalcombe Lane from Chalcombe Way because it's a no-through road. It seems odd that the committee report justifies a modern extension to the cottage based on the fact of a previous major extension carried out in 1884 or 5. The cottage may have changed then, but remained a tied house inhabited by waterworks engineers and their families, and therefore still very much a working man's cottage. There have been no major changes to the cottage since that extension. This may be why generations of amphibians have chosen to feed and hibernate in the garden and migrate in large numbers through the site to their breeding lake. FrogLife and Chalcombe Toad Rescue have given you information about the local toad population and the national picture of significant decline. They cannot be here today, but on behalf of local residents, I thank them and am pleased to add our support to their message. Since 2002, group volunteers have been out in appalling weather for humans, and sometimes until the early hours, to give these endangered amphibians a chance to breed. They can be justifiably proud that the Chalcombe toad population is stable, not declining. How different picture there will be with the habitat totally destroyed for 2 years, the migration route blocked, and the toads at risk, not just from construction and trades vehicles, but from many additional vehicles compared to the past situation in perpetuity. The toad rescue group efforts have resulted in a stable population, not a huge decrease. Avoidable losses from the construction and development on the site are liable to have a devastating effect. This is a unique situation. It is unlikely that there is any other property in the area that is so important to this population of amphibians. These plans will have a devastating effect on their numbers during and after construction. We look forward to seeing and being given the opportunity to comment on the applicant's construction management plan and construction environment management plan. If this development is allowed to proceed, we would request clarification of the reporting progress from departures from these plans and reassurance that there would be an immediate cessation order from the Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Bang on time. And could we have Ms. Chris Dance, please, when you're ready?
Thank you, Chair. I do trust the recent site visit was useful and you were able to see the characteristics of this site. If I may recap, this application comes before you after extensive dialogue with the officers both at the pre-application stage and the formal determination stage. You have this comprehensive report before you today. I'd just like to, excuse me, set out the salient issues why planning permission should be granted. In terms of principle, the sites within the urban area of Bath where residential development is acceptable. In terms of heritage impact, we've worked diligently with the officer and as requested have retained the locally listed non-designated heritage cottage, which is in a tired state and will enhance, restore and extend it for modern living accommodation. In terms of design, we've worked extensively with the officers to create a mix of dwellings that are both contemporary and modern, but of a high standard of design, with the plot ratios of this site corresponding with the plot ratios of the locality. In terms of ecology, the application is supported by comprehensive ecological appraisal reports, which include bat emergence and activity surveys, amphibians and badger surveys, a biodiversity net gain calculation, and a sensitive lighting strategy. These reports have resulted in ecological enhancements and a suitable management plan, which will be adhered to in perpetuity. So if I may say, this scheme has therefore been subject to rigorous ecological assessment and methodology analysis, and the conclusions of the reports are all to the satisfaction of the Council's ecological officer. In terms of landscape, we've tailored this site to the contours of the site. It's a contoured site, it's clearly that. And we've worked really hard, and we've got a comprehensive landscape appraisal report, which is again sorted by the landscape officer. In terms of residential amenity, again, we've been very careful, and I use the phrase tailored again, nurture the design to make sure the relationship to the residents is satisfactory. In terms of transport, again, we've worked hard with the officers. You've seen the access arrangements of the site, and the access arrangements are all to the satisfactory of the Council's highway officer. And finally, with regard to drainage and sustainable construction, those reports are satisfactory. Members, if you grant planning permission, it will be subject to conditions. And I'd just like to say we'd rigorously adhere to all those conditions, including what we acknowledge is an important construction management plan. So finally, members, you hear this phrase, a planning balance. I feel when you weigh the balance of this scheme, I would say professionally to you, the balance is in favour of granting planning permission from all the various planning issues. You have an officer report before you, it examines all those issues and recommends approval. And you know what I'm going to say now, members? I'm going to say I would urge you to support the officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. I'm going to read a statement on behalf of the Ward Councillor now, Councillor Rob Appleyard, who wasn't able to make the change time when we had to move the agenda around. Committee members, I spoke at the original meeting and covered the main points around the public interest in this application and restate that the changes to the application now in front of you have addressed many of those original concerns and the officer has provided a well-reasoned and balanced recommendation, although the issue of overdevelopment is still real. The ongoing concern I have been lobbied on is if the committee is mindful to follow the officer's recommendation, particular attention is given to the impact on the highways during the construction period, and conditions are in place to mitigate the adverse impact on the large vehicles delivering at key times. In an ideal world, a dialogue between residents and the developer would provide a less impactful operation during the construction phase. Thank you for taking this point forward in your considerations, Councillor Rob Appleyard. So, questions to the officers. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to see we have our ecologist with us, which is great, because I've got some questions that you might be able to answer for me. So, looking at first of all, there's a report from Quantock Ecology in the report, which doesn't find any evidence of amphibians. So, on that report, should we looking at the map, it clearly is within the zone where we'd expect to find them. So, should we assume that the report was produced at the wrong time of year, and should we effectively treat it with a pinch of salt?
The report did not cover specifically to survey for amphibians. The reason for that is because, you're right, it would have been at the wrong time of year, I suspect, but also the methods and the ability to survey reliably for that particular issue is quite difficult. So I would prefer to just work on a precautionary basis, which basically means that you assume that the species is going to be present and that it will potentially be within the site using that suitable habitat where it's available. So we proceeded on that basis, which is fairly routine for lots of different species, to avoid unnecessary requirements for surveys that might not always rule out a risk of an animal being present if they're not found. So you assume it's present, and that's how we proceeded.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a follow-up question, please? So my second question is that FrogLife have a recommendation, and the recommendation is that ongoing amphibian monitoring is undertaken at this site to understand whether or not mitigation measures are effective. So my question is, first of all, who's going to be doing the monitoring? Over what sort of time period? And secondly, what happens if the monitoring discovers that the mitigation measures are not effective?
I have requested a condition, which I think is included in the list, where we've asked for details of ecological management plan, which is to include the proposed monitoring and remediation measures within that document. So I'm confident that it's achievable, and I would expect the developer and their consultant ecologists to set out exactly how they expect that to happen, and then we would say whether we think that's going to deliver what's needed. There will be different ways of achieving that kind of thing, and I would expect again the developer and the applicant to carry the cost, which may involve requiring consultant ecologists to come back for specified years for a specified duration, or potentially it can involve the community. Some developers like to do that because if you've got a resource on your doorstep and people that are going to be looking anyway, then you may as well make sure that their information is also accounted for. So I'll wait to see what comes in, and we can talk to them when we have a proposed scheme.
That's under condition 14.
And sorry, to answer the final part of my question, and what happens if the mitigation measures turn out not to be effective?
I've asked for the management plan to include proposed remediation measures, but again, I'm confident that if something was seen to not be working, then there are things that could be done to improve how toads can be accommodated within the site or can be allowed movement through the site. At the moment, I don't have any
real concerns around the ability, once it's built out, for that to happen. It's more about making sure that the measures that have been proposed actually do go in and are as specified. So I think if remediation is needed, it's more likely to be to make sure that the measures that are proposed are actually in place, rather than discovering that they don't work. But if they don't work, then I guess at that point we would expect them to come forward with some sort of measures that will work to adapt whatever's been put on site. Well, I don't think that's going to happen, because if you are seeking habitat that toads can utilise, if you are seeking routes that toads can use to permeate through the site, then those things are there. So I don't think it would be reasonable for me to question the likelihood of toads being able to navigate through the site if they need to, using suitable habitat, because the proposals include suitable habitat. So if the toads choose not to use suitable habitat, then I think that wouldn't show us that it's failing. It just means that they're not passing through the site, and maybe they never were. But if you were to find that you're getting a significant number of mortality, for example, of toads on the site, within the site, associated with the site, then that would need something to be looked at.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Really, am I on? Yeah, really it's a continuation of it. I guess if, I must admit, when I was a small boy, I was a regular little Gussie Fink-Nottle, and if you read Jeeves and Wooster, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't read that, you wonder what the hell I am talking about. But I've got a lot of, and I can see the ecological officer wondering what I'm talking about, but get that book and you'll know. Basically, my question to the officer is, my experience since I grew up opposite a bomb site, because I was in the 50s, and living in London, there were still uncleared bomb sites. And I can assure you a lucrative place to find frogs and newts, where there was occasional ponds and whatever formed, was on bomb sites. And more recently, I've been involved latterly involved, it was started a couple of years ago before I was, where a group of environmentalists created a pond from scratch, and very, very quickly, there you have, you've got frogs and toads in there, all finding their way there, wherever they came from, they got there. So I don't have too much, and the point I'm trying to make is I have a lot of sympathy with the frogs and toads and newts, quite genuinely. I'm not making light of it. But I do think that wherever they are, providing the right environments afforded there, very quickly you will find that they will reappear. If they ever were there, they'll reappear. It may well be as a condition, there is a question here, environmental officer, and that is, if a pond were to be created, then is it your view that what I'm saying is correct, i.e. it would soon be populated by amphibians?
It's very likely, yes. There will no doubt be small residential garden ponds in the vicinity as well, which may also support, you know, smaller breeding populations of any of the amphibian species.
And again, in Stanton Drew, where I lived until recently, my neighbour built a pond, and funny enough, it soon got populated with amphibians. But again, my other issue is, having visited the site myself, I did it individually because I couldn't make the group visit. I've got copious pictures, and I was trying to work out where it was that the amphibians were crossing that needed any help, because they all seem to be along, it seems to be very small roads, and I can't see what road is being affected by this development that needs anybody to help them across, because they're very narrow roads.
Yeah, so I did check with the transport team about the road closure that's associated with the toad migration, and that happens from, it's all along Chalcombe Lane, or this yellow road here, to about here, I believe. So every year that road is closed for 6 weeks, February, March time. I believe the migration sort of takes place away to this pond to breed, and then away from the pond to forage. And this circle represents the sort of 500-metre radius, which is sort of the known distance that frogs will travel. Toads tend to travel further. But I believe that a lot of the migration happens from upslope down towards the pond, and hence that's why this road here is closed for 6 weeks of the year. Obviously, the site is just down here at Chalcombe Way.
But not the roads around the development itself? They wouldn't be closed?
No, they don't form part of the road closure that's applied for each year.
And I also have got to say, I mean, the roads are incredibly narrow there.
Yes.
So what actions will we take? I'm not so much concerned about the longer term, because there's already roads, there's already houses beyond where this development is. And I saw a delivery van having to back down, reverse all the way down to get things delivered. So it's already a bit of a pinch point for anybody, for ambulances or for any kind of delivery. My main concern, therefore, would be during the construction period, there would need, obviously, to be plans along with the developers, because forget about the toads, I'm talking about the people and the access. That could be a dangerous scenario. So what action are we taking? Maybe that's one for the transport officer.
I have put construction management plan condition on, so details will follow, but I don't know if, Darren, you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, Councillor. Just to add that we have asked for a construction management plan, as with other development sites which have been located off of narrower carriageways and carriageways which have been subject to weight and width restrictions. We would expect the construction management plan to recognise the local highway network when it's being brought together, as we would expect the construction method to reflect the fact that Chalcombe Lane is narrow. So that would come to us. That would also then go through our streetworks team, who know the area and know all the roads around, and that only then would we be happy for the development to commence, and that would be a pre-commencement condition.
Okay, Councillor Clark. Anybody else got any questions? Councillor Hodge.
Yes, just got two actually. One for the ecologist first. I just wanted to be clear. When we're talking about biodiversity net gain, I find it hard to understand how there's a net gain when we've got so much more hard standing in that particular area. And if you, is that term just being used slightly inaccurately? And I'm also slightly concerned the fenced off wildlife areas. These are existing areas, so the triangular area of trees is already trees, so it's not adding anything. And I noted your comments, your questions of who will be responsible for maintaining these kind of dedicated wildlife areas in perpetuity. And it just says, I looked at the management plan, it doesn't really give any time scale for retaining the front garden of the cottage as an enhanced wildlife area. How can residents be sure that is going to be offered up?
Let me just recap so I know what the answers are needed. It was a question about biodiversity net gain.
Yeah, is there a net gain from this site when there's so much more built form, and also your confidence about these actually enhanced areas being delivered for years to come?
The net gain report, they've used the DEFRA calculator. That's a fairly recent addition to the tools that we've been given. As far as I can see, they've used it correctly. And it is designed to provide a reasonably accurate assessment of ecological balance sheet, I suppose. It doesn't take into account impacts on individual protected species, so we deal with that separately. and it can be quite difficult to see how replacing hard standing or replacing vegetated ground with hard standing can result in a gain. But it is an accepted method now, and it has gone through a lot of development, and it's ongoing as well. So that's something you can potentially look into separately. I'm confident that the result they've come up with is good enough as opposed to being exceptional. You've got quite a lot of ornamental and non-native species planting that you would normally associate with a residential garden on the site. And those areas that are being lost will be replaced elsewhere. So they are, for example, planting a new hedge, which isn't there now. The smaller areas where they're going to retain them as habitat, they're not in habitat condition that is exceptional at the moment, so there's certainly scope to improve them, although they're small, even the area that has sort of shrubs and trees. So I'm fairly confident that you can still balance the sheets, as it were, depending on how they go about it.
Okay, just one question for the officer, Sam. I just wanted to see the elevations again, the east and west elevation of the cottage against the contemporary building on plot 2. So I just wanted to say there's a mixture of sort of styles of period of properties in this area. I mean, to your knowledge, is there any other properties that are this contemporary, flat roofed in this area at all, to your knowledge? And also, could you just say again how far that property is from the boundary with Waterworks Cottage?
Yeah, so along Charlcombe Way itself, there are no other flat roof developments. Most of them have pitched roofs of different, various designs. I think there's obviously garages with flat roofs, but this would be the only dwelling. In terms of the distances, I did actually write some measurements down. So the closest, if I show you the site plan, the closest distance between the cottage and the proposed plot 2 will be around 1.2 metres. This gap here is around 1.2 to 2.4 metres. Obviously, it's as you may be able to tell, the sort of lower story flat roof that will sit sort of adjacent to the lean-to single-story extension of the cottage. And this is the closest part here. The boundary is marked by the dotted line, which is sort of centrally between the two plots, and then it steps in here. This is about, between 1.2 to 2.4 metres.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Jackson.
I'm sorry to inflict this question upon you. I also grew up in the 1950s. Am I not right in thinking there has been an absolutely disastrous decline in toad numbers since then, something like 90%, or is that an exaggeration?
I don't have the figure for that, but I'm going to find out now you've asked, but I'm sorry I can't tell you now. I know that there's been a significant decline. Thank you.
I would note that in FrogLife's comments, I believe they said the toad population was stabilising in this area, no longer declining.
Okay, any more questions? Can we move to the debate? Who would like to speak? Councillor Crossley.
So I won't move anything at the moment, but I reach a radically different conclusion from our officers on this one. And I think that's because I think they've underestimated the importance of this in terms of biodiversity and wildlife. And in answer to the question over there, how can there be a net gain from this? I really am flabbergasted to see how formulas can produce a net gain when you remove an important site and cover it with concrete without mitigating elsewhere. So I think that's probably a problem with the calculator, and I think that we need to have some work on how that works when it's quite clearly producing some very weird results. In relation to the first gentleman that spoke, who said that it's been a toad migration is very important, and the rescue effort since 2002, I'd like to just correct him. That work has been going on since Avon Council first granted closure in 1989 or 1990. So there's been volunteers working this whole stretch for over 3 decades to ensure the viability and maintenance of the toad, frog and newt population. And there's never been any claim that there is the great crested newt there, but all amphibians are in massive decline across the country. If you go back 100 years, there used to be a number of Bath migration routes around Bath and North East Somerset. I think you'll find there's only 2 left now. This is one, and I think there's another one over in the Chew Valley. So it's okay to say, oh, the toads will find a new pond. The pond is only part of their life. They've got all the other foraging areas. They've got other places they live. And one of the reasons why this has been stable is because you've got the big area at the top where it's not being developed on, although the pressure is coming up there for more and more development. And I think as a country, you know, we've lost so much biodiversity, and here we should be really proud that we've got a stable population of frogs, toads and newts, while the pressure is underway in every other part of the country. So when you've all spoken, you know, if someone might move permit, but I will be arguing that we should not be permitting this, and there's a number of reasons why we should be rejecting it.
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I'd like to follow. I feel whilst this application is located in Lambridge Ward, Chalcombe Way is in my ward, Lansdowne, and I know the site really well. Having listened to the speakers and read the comments and visited the site again with the officers and taken on board the officers' impression, I do want to make the point that there are still a lot of negative comments about this application, even subsequent to the retaining of Waterworks Cottage. These didn't all come before that. Many people wrote and said this makes no difference to the, you know, to the concerns I have. And I'm in complete agreement really with the view put forward by Bath Preservation Trust that the density of a proposal constitutes overdevelopment of this garden site, and it detracts from the retained landscape and openness. I think the application attempts to fit too much onto this site with negative consequences for the character of the area and loss of a much valued green setting. It's on a really popular footpath which is used to link 2 residential areas. You walk along it into this lovely open landscape, and that will be changed forever. If the proposal was for only 1 additional property, most of our concerns would be mitigated. I want to make the point about the modern design of the property on plot 2. I can't think of a property within the whole of Lansdowne, possibly maybe 1 or 2 up at Ensley, that are as modern as this. And I know the officer explained that the non-designated heritage asset is more about the cottage, but it has been acknowledged that the development will have a detrimental impact on the setting of the cottage. And I think having this very modern property very close to the cottage will have a marked impact on it. So I feel overall that the application isn't compliant. It's overdevelopment of the site, and it's not compliant in terms of policy D2, retaining local character and distinctiveness. It will have a huge impact on the local character, and we will lose the gentle transition between suburban Bath and the Cotswold A, O and B for the sake of 1 extra property, whereas 2 properties could be accommodated. I also think it contravenes our landscape policy, NE 21, which again seeks to conserve and enhance the landscape
setting features, which I don't think this development will. So I've kind of set out my view.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. Councillor Clark and then Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I guess when I wandered around that area, I've got a lot of sympathy with Councillor Hodge, what you were saying there, in terms of, to me, it would have been a no-brainer with one. With two, I do have a more problematic view of things. But actually, when I walked around the whole thing, it's pretty well developed, isn't it, that area? I mean, when you go behind, it's one of those things, look behind you, not in front of you, and suddenly you see, actually, there must have been millions of frogs and toads up there before they built the number of houses that are currently there. It is very, behind it, densely may be too strong a word, but it's quite heavily housed in and around that area. So I'd make that one. So the jury's still out with me as to what extent it's overdevelopment, just that one additional one. I guess the other thing that I would come back, and I do agree with everybody here that's made the comments about the decimation of the wildlife generally in this country, where I've got, particularly in the last 50-odd years. But Chris Packham and the like, I think, have showed a bit of a light now, because I think there's a lot more appreciation about the need for all of us to take some ownership of our local area to protect the local wildlife. And again, I would just point you back to the Lee Valley area, which became a right bog of a river and was very, very downgraded, and almost fish life becoming extinct. And it's still got a long way to go. But if you ever look at parts of the Lee Valley now, back in Hertfordshire and East London, it's been transformed to the point where some of them have almost become wildlife sanctuaries. So I share the concern of some of my fellow councillors, but I have a bit of optimism just simply because I think we're in more enlightened times, and I think developers can be encouraged to make sure that even, as I say, a simple pond or a tree or a hedge does make a big difference to the potential of any site.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Jackson.
I think Councillor Clark and Councillor Crossley, funnily enough, are both fairly, right about these things. I still find it quite extraordinary that there are otters swimming through the middle of Radstock at 5 a.m. in the morning, which just shows what can be done to reclaim what would have been a fairly industrialised and polluted stream 50 years ago. So I wouldn't say it's the end of the day for this area, but I have concerns about further development on it, because it's not Green Creek that we're talking about, or some of these easy drainage type of floorings, but it's saying hard, concrete. I did notice that when we went on the site visit, which was enormously helpful, I found, because with the best will in the world, the officer wasn't able to show us the gradient of this site and that it's so steep. I noticed the car was facing, well, if I remember rightly, it was facing in towards the garage, which is to be demolished, and would have to reverse back out onto the road, which rather undermines what's been said. But my main problem is we have here a historic workers' cottage. I'm one of that subversive minority who thinks that the history of the workers and their cottages are as important as stately homes and elegant Georgian residence. And this cottage tells us a lot about working people 100 years ago. If it were a question of refurbishment with a bit of an extension to make it 2 cottages, I wouldn't have a problem. I could live with a passif house there too, but what we're basically going to get is a very modernistic appearance of, if I've got it right, cottage number 2. And cottage number 3, I would classify as a back garden development. It's going to be on the site of an orchard. I noticed there have been some really old apple tree species there, which unfortunately don't have any protection. So you can't say anything about the fact they were cut down, but that sort of, where the cottage is going to be located, number 3, is a back garden, and it's part of the characteristic of working people's cottages that you had a garden big enough to feed a family of 4. Well, that's getting increasingly important these days, to be able to grow your own vegetables, but I do think you can argue a good case for this being A, overdevelopment of the site, B, an inappropriate design, and I don't know how you quantify the loss of a non-listed historic asset, which tells you a lot about 100 years ago. So those are just a few thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee.
I am sure that the applicant has, as he said, worked very hard on each of the areas, and I'm impressed by the effort that he's made. On the site visit, it was clear to me that it wasn't going to be that intrusive. The roofs don't go up very much. And so both of those things I find positive. Now, I'm not familiar with the development of this kind of ground. I live on an estate, and what we're typically used to is someone trying to build one house in the garden. And we struggle with that. So coming at it from that, this looks like trying to put 2 houses in the garden, and for me it's one too many, I feel.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
So I'd like to move forward with a recommendation, move the motion that, sorry, I'd like to say that we move a motion that we refuse this application, and for the, can I set out the planning reasons?
Yes, please,
Yeah,
give out the
so-
ground so then we can find a seconder who
Yes.
agrees with you.
So overdevelopment of the site, and that it doesn't contribute positively to the local character and distinctiveness of the area, and it also contravenes NE21, doesn't conserve and enhance the landscape. And I would also like to add to what Eleanor Jackson, Councillor Jackson said about the simple workers' cottage, and I feel as well, what 1 room deep and the long cottage garden, I think it says a lot about our history, and I think it will, that the impression will be really compromised by putting 2 more developments on that plot. So I'd like to add to that as well.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Crossley? Could you put your microphone?
So I'm happy to second those 3 reasons, but I would like to add another reason, which is the biological diversity loss. And the reason for that is that if you go along Charcombe Lane, one of the reasons why it's become so problematical, and going back to Councillor Clark's, you know, why is the rescue needed? It's because of the inappropriate development and the building of barricades and walls along the place, you know, not leaving frogs and toads and newts the place to get underneath. And that's something we see across the whole of our district. People coming in and putting large barricades up and not leaving any room for wildlife and animals to move around underneath them. So I would like to add a reason in there that the biological diversity is the reason for refusal, and that gives our officer a stronger case to go back and argue the case with the developer and the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Those reasons all clear for you, Chris?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, those are all matters that are, obviously it's not our view as officers, but they're all matters that are within the sort of gift of committee to have a sort of subjective view on. So yes, my notes are clear. Thank you, Chair.
Lovely, thank you. Do we have any more contributions? Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you. Right, I would just like to make the point that this land is in the housing development boundary. It's preferable to build there than in Greenbelt. When I went on the site visit, it seemed to me a site that would be challenging for construction, but that's the problem, obviously, or the challenge, for the builders. It's not a planning issue. I thought there was actually quite a lot of room there, and I can't follow the argument that somehow, 2 houses and the amphibians are safe, but 3 houses and they're not. There's very little land left in Bath that's capable of development. All the easy things have been done. I, on balance, think that this is policy compliant, and I will be voting accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to contribute to the debate? Councillor Clark?
Just to say I agree with Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak before we go to the vote? Councillor Hodge.
So just briefly to say, I fully support Councillor Cross's...
Could you speak a bit more?
Sorry, Councillor Cross's ecological reasons. I have the same feelings, I just wasn't clear how to express them as a planning reason. So.
Okay, nobody else needs to speak. We'll go to the vote. And what we have on the table is a motion to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons stated. All those in favour, please.
Six, Chair.
And against?
That's 2.
Sorry, it was 3.
Sorry, 3.
What's that? Any abstentions? Haller's abstained. Does that add up?
So that's carried, Chair. 6 in favour, 3 against and 1 abstention.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to the officers. If we could switch over for the next one now, please. So this is barn north of the Village Hall, Langridge, and we have Sam Brandt to do the presentation. Whenever you're ready, please, Sam.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the conversion of a redundant farm building into an agricultural workers dwelling that's located to the north of Langridge Lane, just off of Lansdowne Road. So on the left here is a site plan showing the location of the barns. The site is outlined in red and the land the applicant owns is outlined in blue. On the right-hand side is a satellite image showing the location of the barn. It's circled in red. Just towards the lower portion of the satellite image is the main Chapel Farm, farm that this dwelling will be associated with. This is the current barn elevations as it stands at the moment. It's just essentially a three-sided metal steel structure with metal cladding. This is the proposed floor plan and elevations of the agricultural workers' dwelling. You can see the has a living room, kitchen downstairs, and then 3 bedrooms upstairs. And obviously it will have more than 3 sides once it's a dwelling. This is a block plan that shows the proposal. Obviously there you have the barn conversion at the bottom part of the plan just there, and then the associated parking and turning areas, and also the proposed residential curtilage for the development. So during the application process, some concerns are raised by officers regarding the impact this proposal could have on the landscape of the area. The applicant put forward these proposed landscaping plans that showed new trees and new hedging. It was actually assessed that these plans, with the landscape being so open and so expansive, with little to impact on any of the openness, that these proposals would actually be more harmful than the original proposal. And this is just a close-up plan just showing the trees and the proposed hedging that's around the workers' dwelling. This is a photograph that shows the current condition of the barn. Next, I've just got some photographs that I took on a site visit just to sort of show its context within the landscape. So this one is from a footpath that runs close to the site, from the south looking up to the north towards the barn. Obviously the barn's in the middle of the photograph just there. Okay. This one's from the same footpath, but from the north, looking south onto the barn, so from the other side. As you can see, there's very little boundary treatments that surround the property, and obviously it's a very open landscape up there, and there's very little to sort of break up the landscape up there, essentially. This is a photograph from a different footpath that also surrounds a site that this is from the northeast, I believe. You can see the barn just in the middle, just there. As you can see, it's a very prominent location in the surrounding landscape. And this is another one just there, also from the northeast, just slightly closer, just shows the barn in the landscape just there as well. This one is from almost just over a kilometre away, so on the Lansdowne Road, just before we get to Friesen Lane and Friesen Hill, on the boundary of Baines, actually. This one just shows that, obviously, it shows how the barn is still prominent from long viewpoints away, so it's not just something you can see up close, it's something that can be seen from 1 kilometre in that direction. And then this is from a photograph from the council's mapping software that shows, so that's the Lansdowne Golf Club on the left-hand side, and you can see the barn just opposite, next to that telegraph pole on the right-hand side, and that's about 600 metres away. It's not necessarily the conversion of the barn itself, it's more the associated domestic paraphernalia that goes with a conversion, so cars, bins, play equipment, that sort of thing. That is one of the reasons that obviously this application is recommended for refusal on the grounds outlined in the report.
Thank you, Sam. We have 3 speakers. John Rippin from Charcoal Parish Council and Tom Brabin, the applicant, first, if they'd like to come up to the front, please. And then Councillor Guy, the ward member.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. If Councillor Guy could come to the front now, please. Whenever you're ready to start, Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to congratulate you all for doing a brilliant job today. I watched most of the planning committee meeting, and you've had a tough, long day, so I'm going to be very, very brief. The application has demonstrated the need for an affordable workers' dwelling, and this need was accepted by the independent assessor and by the planning officer. The need is therefore not in dispute, and policy RE4 is satisfied. Also, there are no objections on an ecology, transport, drainage, etc., grounds. So no other department of the council objects except for one. So officers have accepted in their report that the building in question is a permanent and sound construction and that it is convertible. They also accept that proposed alterations to the building will not impact upon the openness of the green belt. This is obviously a non-controversial application. It is supported by the ward councillors, the parish councillors, and doesn't have any objections from local residents. The sole point of contention with the application relates to the design and the degree of visual impact associated with the development. These are clearly subjective matters which you guys can now debate. On the one side is the council's landscape officers suggesting that the impacts are significant, while on the other side the applicant feels that they have presented a proposal that is sensitive to conversion and reuse of an existing modest building to meet essential business needs. While the building may be visual from a public vantage point, it is far from prominent due to its small size. It is also worth noting that the Cotswold AONB Conservation Board agree that the design retains the agricultural form and appearance of the building, which will continue to be read by walkers by as an agricultural building rather than a residential building. And indeed, the board agree that a residential use of the dwelling won't be apparent until users of the footpath are very close to the building. These views would seem to be at odds with those of the council's landscape team and further emphasise the subjective nature of the landscaping opinion. As the applicant has stated, this will create a very sustainable, low impact, affordable workers' dwelling, which is extremely vital in an area of Bath, and particularly this particular part of North East Somerset. Farmers cannot afford to get new young families to settle on their farms because it is just too expensive to bring them in. So this application fully supports the need for supportive, affordable housing. On that basis, I recommend to the committee that for approval, but I would also be quite sensible, if you were to recommend for approval, to give delegated officer powers to be soften landscaping as appropriate. That's what I would suggest. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Questions to the officer? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. I know this is a difficult one, but it's not clear to me why the Council's resolutions on climate emergency and with that the associated policy of planting trees doesn't apply. I just wonder though, is it the problem the type of tree that they want to plant? Because I admit I would be opposed to putting conifers here, but if we're talking about native British trees, then perhaps the officer could explain what the problem is. I notice we haven't got an objection from the arboriculturalist in the list.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. As you can see from the photographs, it's not necessarily the type of trees that would be the issue. It's the fact that surrounding the barn, and particularly in that area of the AONB as well, there's very little trees and vegetation actually there. Most of these surrounding boundary treatments are low stone boundary walls or post and wire fences, and it would look quite odd to just have a clump of trees around an existing building. I know there is trees there, but obviously there are very little trees in the surrounding areas. They're not actually that close. It's just the perspective of the photographs. I'm not sure if I go back to the satellite image that I originally looked at. You can see that there is clumps of trees on the side of the road, but actually over towards that side of the Lansdowne Plateau, there's very little groups of small clumps of trees. If there is, there'd be large. That's as the hill goes down towards the tops. That's off the side of the plateau.
Okay, questions, anyone else? Councillor Crossley.
Yes. Should the committee reach a different conclusion to you, how would we ensure that this remains an agricultural worker cottage, or is it possible within the granting of a permission, should that be the way the debate goes, that it retains as agriculture and isn't sold off which then comes back in a few years' time for an extension.
Thank you, Councillor. So yes, if the committee do decide to overturn this recommendation then and approve the application, a condition, obviously if they choose to delegate to permit, a condition will be attached to this permission to state that the barn would only be used for those, only be able to house those who work in agricultural or forestry. And obviously that will tie the building to the only people who can work in agriculture.
Carry on.
And when you were discussing this application with the applicant, did you press the applicant on other possible locations within the farm? I mean, he said there's 500 acres, so it's quite large. So did you stress test the location of this building, and did you debate with the applicant other possible locations on the farm?
I haven't necessarily debated with the applicant themselves. They did also employ an agent for some time. I have asked the question to them, and no other sites were put forward by the applicant on this case for an agricultural workers dwelling on the site. No other locations were put forwards.
Any more questions? Councillor Jackson? And then Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Clark.
Sorry, it wasn't a question. I was going to make a proposal.
Oh, okay, well, we'd carry on with the questions. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, can we just see the picture of the current barn and its location?
Is that the current barn, did you say?
Sorry, of the barn, please. Yeah. You had a photograph, yeah.
That one.
What? Sorry, what's that in the distance to the left of it? Is that? My eyes are very poor. I can't quite.
In the distance to the left?
Yeah, to the left. Is that a building or is it? What is it?
That's some trees and some cows, I believe.
No, to the left. It's this one. Well,
so I'm not entirely sure what that structure is, unfortunately.
I mean, from here, and my eyes may be getting very bad, but it just looks like a house. And is that on the farmer obviously would be able to answer that question, I guess, but it looks like another...
I think it's a cow.
Hmm? It's a what? A cow?
You find them in the country.
I can try and zoom in. It's a very poor quality photo.
Okay. Did you have any further questions? Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I appreciate you can convert barns. I must confess I'm not keen on the design, but it does match what it is, so I therefore I'm quite happy with the design because it fits in. We spoke about soft landscaping, Councillor Guy did, and you've talked about trees. If they did more like I suppose what I would call a hedge type thing, what would be possible to do that? Because I do see the need for an agriculture dwelling in this place. And as I say, although I'm not a fan of that particular design, that is the right design to fit the criteria of what the policy will allow. So it's just really, what would you classify as soft landscaping, which would be possible?
I will try and answer that one. Unfortunately, I'm not a landscaping officer. I believe maybe some incredibly low-level hedging. It's not... I appreciate that the soft landscaping obviously will help screen the building from the local landscape, but it's not... Screening the building itself does not negate the landscape harm. But obviously that's up to the committee to decide. But obviously, yeah, I think that maybe some low-level hedging, and I think particularly the landscaping officer was particularly by the trees, I believe, because it's not in keeping with the sort of Lansdowne Plateau up there. As I said, if you look at all the photographs, it is all either low stone boundary walls, incredibly low hedging, or post and wire fences. So maybe some low-level hedging would probably. But if the committee do choose to delegate to permit, we can request via condition further landscaping proposals from the applicant.
Would that likely to cover like the domestic paraphernalia? Because I don't think it should hide the barn, because the barn is part of the landscape there. But it's the domestic paraphernalia that you are more concerned about, and I wonder if that would help mitigate that problem.
It will help. It depends, because obviously with a low-level hedge, it won't be able to, you'll be able to be low level. So maybe, for instance, cars and sort of that sort of thing that be introduced to that vicinity, you'd still be able to see them from long distances away. So obviously I'm not entirely sure what hedging would be appropriate to sort of screen the domestic paraphernalia that would surround the property.
Okay, Councillor Hodge.
Can we go on to it's actually a debate. It's actually to propose a site visit.
Yeah, we haven't got to the debate yet. Have you got any more questions? What was yours, Councillor Crossley? Was yours a question? Carry on.
Can you go back to the picture with the shed with the buildings which are in fact cows? Yeah. Can you tell me, on the map, where are those two clusters of trees in relation to the barn? And how far away are they?
That cluster of trees that you saw in those photographs, I believe, if that's the east elevation there with, that was what the open frontage of the barn was. So yeah, that's that little hard standing bit that's outside. So those clusters of trees would be either these two here.
Right.
Okay.
And what's that distance?
The distance from there to there?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have that to hand. I can tell you that the distance between there and there is 600 metres.
600 metres.
So it's probably around the 300 metre mark.
Right.
Okay, Councillor Crossley.
Yes, thank you.
Any more questions before we move to the debate? No? Okay, we can move to the debate. I have just a very quick comment, which is I'm sort of astounded that planting trees here is inappropriate, and I wonder what would happen if Mr. Bravin joined our Plant More Trees for Baines and wanted to plant some trees up there, but it's not really a question, you can't answer that, but comment. Councillor Hodge. Okay, Councillor Jackson, I beg your pardon.
Thank you. Well, it's getting late. And some people, of course, want to get home to listen to the Archers. I do think we have to be very careful not to let our views be too much coloured by the media presentation of farming lands, beautiful countryside, nice place to visit and camp, and so on and so forth. This is a working industry. It has to be an appropriate environment for the well-being of the cattle, and that means a full-time worker if this business is to flourish. I myself don't eat beef, but it's important that we have this as an option in this country. So I'm going to move that we delegate to permit, because there is clearly a need for a worker. We've heard Mr. Bravin speaking. If we delegate to permit, then the details of the appropriate vegetation to go around the barn can be worked out. It would seem to me that if you're expecting to have a young family there, you do need some means of enclosure. And, you know, domestic paraphernalia, okay, children have trikes and there'll be a washing line and so on. But I can't see, if this is going to be a working landscape, as opposed to a chocolate box tourist landscape, why you can't have a bit of so-called paraphernalia. I feel quite strongly about this, and I think this proposal will benefit the rural economy. I'm afraid I didn't have time to look up policies where are we? No, it was RE1, RE2, and RE4, but I would imagine that this application would actually fit those policies. The other way round to look at it is an agricultural worker is not paid a very great deal for long hours of hard work. If the family, this hypothetical family, were to rent somewhere, it would be miles away, in Twerton or somewhere. And then, of course, we're adding all the carbon footprint to the farm, which Mr. Braven wants to avoid. So I hope you will support me in delegate to permit for the decision on this application for the reasons that I've sort of sketched in.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Hodge, did you want to second that?
No, actually.
Okay, well, if you could hold then, could I have a seconder? Councillor Davis.
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I'm completely supportive of the aims of the agricultural dwelling and having someone there. I just think the pictures that have come, I visited the site last night, and I think the pictures that we've seen are misleading, really. They don't really give the impression of the site, and I think there should be a site visit. Because if you look at that main road that runs about, it's either 100 metres or 200 metres, that's the main road past Bath Racecourse into Bath on Lansdowne Plateau. So the pictures that have been presented to us are not deliberately misleading, but the barn is much more prominent from the main road than is shown in the pictures. So it's a kind of big metal barn. But there's both arguments here. There is also copses of trees that you can't see. I couldn't interrupt the pictures, but there are copses of trees that aren't obvious as well. So I think to come to the best outcome, really, for this site, I feel we should see it, because I think a corrugated house in that location will be very visible and big, 100 metres from opposite the Bath Racecourse. But I also think landscaping with trees, there are copses there, that could work. And so I think to come to the best conclusion and to discuss it, we should really all see the site. That's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPhee.
I also visited the site, and when you actually stop and you're looking for the barn, you can see it. But nevertheless, I think we have to think of that harm against the benefit that we are going to see in terms of employment, in terms of the many things that Councillor Jackson did. And so I will support your motion without the need, obviously, myself, for a further site visit with a delegate to permit.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to contribute to the debate? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I just to say, I think it's a great use of a disused barn, and particularly an area where farm workers are quite often priced out of the housing market. I think it's a great use, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Yeah, sorry. Chris, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Just to sort of underline officers' position really on this. Obviously, we do as officers accept that there's an agricultural need for a dwelling on the holding. The issue, or what we don't accept, is the position of this particular building within, or this proposal within the holding. We're dealing with a 500-acre holding here, 300 of which are owned. But this particular position has a significant adverse landscape impact. We're concerned that the landscaping proposals won't adequately mitigate that. There's an objection from our own landscape officer and from the Cotswolds Hills AONB board. So there are significant concerns regarding the location of this agricultural workers' dwelling. As I say, there's no objection to an agricultural workers' dwelling on this holding. It's this particular location. And if members are leaning, if the committee is leaning towards granting permission, I would recommend a site visit. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Clark, and Councillor Crossley to speak. Oh, sorry. Councillor Clark. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, I guess Officer Chris has summed up much better than what I was going to try and say here. I do find I'm very, very supportive in many ways with the farmer and with the supporters from the Ward Council and the Parish Councillor. But I do have a lot of sympathy with the officer who's actually just trying to apply the policies that I thought that we were there to ensure and support as far as we can. I know there's conflicting policies. There is an irony here, it does seem to me, that the previous application we rejected, even though it was within the housing development boundary and not in the green belt. And it seems maybe some officers are now minded to approve one that is in the green belt and not in the housing development boundary on a 500-acre site, as we said, where surely another site could be found. Yeah, this is giving me some difficulty, although I, on a personal level, are very supportive of what the farmer's trying to do.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley.
Yes, I wish when you called Councillor Hodge at first that she'd actually moved the site visit then and then, because I think this needs a site visit myself. This is a lot of issues up here that we need to consider carefully, so I shall not be supporting the motion because I hope that we can have a site visit, and I think that is what's needed.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bromley, beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chair. I know the area very well, and I think, although I really do support the idea of a farm worker's dwelling in essence, it's very, very conspicuous in that area. I mean, it's very, very open, and I guess if permission was granted, there could then be permission in years to come for an extension, which would possibly then become even more conspicuous. But I know that's later down the line. So I do think it would be very beneficial to have a site visit, especially for those people who haven't been there or don't know the area very well.
Okay, anybody else want to contribute to the debate? Councillor Jackson.
Well, Chair, I've got 2 points. One, point of order. I was under the impression that if somebody called for a site visit, we then took a vote on having a site visit and suspended the debate on the motion until it had been, the motion on the site visit had been passed or not. That's the first question. Second question, I wondered if the officer could explain what policy is if, let's rule this barn out for various reasons that people have given, what is the possibility of a new build in the green belt? Because if I've understood it right, that actually is not an option, but perhaps we could have some clarification. If we say this barn is not suitable, what are the alternatives? In green belt policy, I mean, not in actual...
Can you help us with that, Chris?
My view is that, given that it's accepted that there's an essential functional and financial justification for a new dwelling on the holding, if all of that holding is in the green belt, that would constitute very special circumstances in theory. Clearly there would be a raft of other planning considerations to take into account, such as landscape, highways, ecology, all the rest of it. But I wouldn't say that there's an issue in principle with there being a new farmhouse in the green belt, no.
I've just asked about the point of order, and Marie feels the same as me, that if there's a motion on the table, we need to deal with that first. If that motion falls, then we can have a motion for a site visit. Everybody knows that there is a motion on a site visit to come afterwards, so they can choose whether to support the one that's on the table at the moment, so we should vote on that one first. Does anybody want to say anything else before we do that? Are you okay with the policy reasons for the current motion?
It would be useful, Chair, if Councillor Jackson could just outline briefly what the reasons for granting are, just so my notes are clear.
I believe that this application is compliant with the policies RE1, RE2 and RE4, but I have to confess I haven't looked them up, but I believe that's the case. Secondly, the applicant has indicated the need for a full-time worker, so there's a need. The business is viable, And I think that if we delegate to permit, a suitable raft of conditions can be attached so that it is not too intrusive. This is not, of course, a reason for granting a planning application, but I do take very seriously what the parish council says. So that weighs with me too, because after all, they are the people who live there. But I think a reason is to ensure the viability of the business and for the economic benefit of the countryside.
Thank you. Is that enough?
Thank you, Chair. And presumably, I don't want to put words in Councillor Jackson's mouth, but you're content with the landscape impact subject to conditions and therefore compliant with policy NE2, the landscape policy.
And I think we also had the matter of it being a tied building as well. Councillor Hounsell.
I was just going to make the observation, Councillor Jackson. Obviously, you want maximum support for your proposal. Would it not be best to withdraw your motion now so that a site visit can take place and that at the next meeting you might find that you have more support than you might have now?
Thank you, Councillor Hounsell. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Councillor Hounsell, but I don't know whether people want a site visit or not, do I, until the motion's put? So it's really a very invidious position.
Well, but you will know because of whether you get support for your motion or not, won't you? If people want to do a site visit, they won't support your motion. Okay? Are you still okay with the seconding, Councillor Davis?
Well,
yes, it's like you can see quite easily. It's not difficult to see. I'm not sure what I'd gain by going on a site visit. I know exactly what it looks like now.
Yeah, I do. I know the
might
site.
not live next door to it, but we do know our area that we live in, and this is a very obvious site.
I know the site very well, driven past it 1,000 times. So we have a motion on the table to overturn the officer's recommendations for the reasons stated, to delegate to permit with the conditions as stated. Could I have all of those in support, please?
That's 6 in favour, Chair.
And against?
That's 3, Chair.
Abstentions?
That's 1. So that's carried, Chair.
Lovely, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hodge. Right, we're nearly there. Next two should go pretty quickly. Councillor Crossy will leave for the next one. So this is Orchard Rise, Shamcastle Lane, Bath. The officer is Rebecca Robinson, who's just setting up her presentation. Please do start when you're ready.
Thank you. So this application relates to the erection of a single-storey extension following the demolition of the existing garage. Property is in Shamcastle Lane, Bathwick. This is a site location plan with the site boundary indicated in red and an aerial view with the property labelled in the middle there. This is the existing layout, with the property faces north, with the garage sited in the northwest corner of the dwelling, here. And for comparison, this is proposed layout, showing the garage now replaced by the extension and extending a little closer to the west boundary. This is the existing ground floor plan and the existing elevations, with the front elevation on the left and the side elevation on the right. And this is the rear elevation. The garage isn't visible from the rear, but it shows a small upper floor window, which is to be replaced under this application. Here are the proposed floor plans. The extension is shown in orange in this northwest corner. It sits on a similar footprint to the existing garage, but approximately 1.4 metres wider. And here's a proposed roof plan. It's showing the pitched roof, which will be tiled to match the existing dwelling. And these are proposed elevations. The front is shown on the left and the side to the right. Not sure how clearly it's showing there, but it's annotated to say that the materials of the walls will match those of the existing dwelling. And this is proposed rear elevation, with that upper window now shown slightly larger. These are photos taken on site. The first image on the left is taken from a road outside the property, whilst the second photo is taken from about midway down the drive. Still on the front elevation, but angled slightly towards the west boundary. You can see the difference in levels between Orchard Rise and the neighbouring property. And this is taken looking southeast along the side of the garage. These are taken from the rear. The first is angled down along that west boundary, and the second picture on the right, you can see that little window again. The recommendation is to permit for the reasons outlined in the report.
Thank you very much. We have no speakers. Do we have any questions? Councillor Jackson.
Well, no, it isn't a question. I was just going to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Nobody wanted to ask. Right. Everybody's keen to go home, aren't they? So we have a motion to accept the officer's recommendation, which has been seconded. All those in favour?
It's unanimous, so that's carried.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you very much for waiting all day for that quick presentation. Right.
Chair, could I have permission to be excluded from the last items? I've got an appointment at 6 o'clock.
Hear you.
Could I leave early because I've got an appointment at 6 o'clock? Can I be excluded from the
If
last
you need
item?
to go, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I was going to say something by Mr. Crossley. So just while we're setting up, this last one is that the Liberal Democrat offices in 31 James Street West. Councillor Holders had to leave for an appointment. Councillor McPhee is left the room due to conflict of interest and will return after this has been heard. So we'll just wait for them to set up the presentation and then Okay, so we have Helen Ellison to do the presentation. Start whenever you're ready, Helen.
I'm sure you're all familiar with the site. So this has come about because when they started work at James Street West, so this is before works commenced, and this is what is proposed. If you look at the lift platform area, it's all had to move forward by 300 mil to accommodate hidden services that they found in this area just below the front door. So the lift platform has moved across by 300, as has this side of the planter. And then the gates also, or the gate opening has increased in width by the same amount. And then there's one additional item, which is a handrail to the side of the railings that were approved under previous schemes. So the recommendation is one of approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you very much. We have no one to speak on this one. We have any questions for the officer? No, we have 2 votes on this one. Would somebody like to propose the first? Councillor Jackson?
I move the officer's recommendation. I'm quite
second?
happy to do it for both the applications.
Okay, lovely, thank you. And second, Councillor Davis for the same.
I'll second both.
Lovely. Thank you very much. So on the first vote, on the full, all those in favour?
It's unanimous, so that's carried.
And on the second, the LBA?
It's unanimous and carried.
Thank you, Helen. That was short but sweet. Thank you. Yeah. If you could get Ms. Councillor McPhee back. Oh, okay. Right, item 8, quarterly performance report, April to June. I would ask members if they have any questions or comments on the performance report. No? Okay, well, the committee is asked to note the report. And same for the appeals report. Do members have any questions or comments on the appeals report? Councillor Jackson.
I'm sorry, I'm sure everybody's getting rather bored with this one, but I would like to say once again, congratulations to the officers on their high success rate, and that we do appreciate the amount of work that they put in when an appeal comes up.
Thank you. Yes, good statement. So date of the next meeting is Wednesday, the 25th of August, 2021. We don't have any site visits at the moment, but if you could keep Monday the 16th of August in your penciled in case anything comes up. And thank you to all the members. It's been a long meeting, but thank you very much, and a difficult one at times. And particularly thank you to all the supporting officers very much. I'll close the meeting now.